យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទ Call by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
កាន់តែងាយស្រួលជាមួយកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទដៃ AMK Mobile App លោកអ្នកអាចបញ្ចូលលុយទូរស័ព្ទបង់វិក្កយបត្រទឹកភ្លើងសម្រាមឬវិក្កយបត្រផ្សេងៗព្រមទាំងពេលលុយទៅកាន់សាច់ញាតិនិងដកប្រាក់តាមភ្នាក់ងារ AMK ទូទាំងប្រទេស Download និងចុះឈ្មោះប្រើប្រាស់ឥឡូវនេះសម្រាប់ព័ត៌មានបន្ថែម023
này cũng thấy nè
cô bông ở đây bàn tay online
cho nên mình cầm tu tôi là hơi mỏng tới
tôi tầm em có những
nè tao Philippines virtual Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị trôi lấy card form miệng xem nên lấy code OTP cho nên chỉ ca sẽ
cho Philippines virtual Mastercard nó Apple ban lấy cái nào
nhưng ai tên tụi này lừa online với Facebook page nên cái còn sang lừa online ban chọn tiết thôi Philippines Virtual Mastercard, your world of possibility.
Chào ta lại bông. Chào bông cái trên ta lại chặt tiếng bông. Chào cái trên nhung xe lôi đã mẹ.
Trong bao cả rần này mấy ta mình pay mà nè. Cho nên cái Philip mình sẽ vào cầm bao cả này đó tí cần lại. Đời kron tiếp chop chỉ ngồi nâng ata sinh nhật bán, really khất trong đáy. Mình tới cả ai cái xa chán, nâng mình tới cả bạc nằm con. Nghi srul rồi hạt toán chật. Ai có thể bạc đã ớt kết lái, bằng cả nị mất, nông cá tu tuật tùm ninh online, nâng sẽ vào cầm xem chỉ chán tiền.
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរ អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរហ៎
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ ACLEDA Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ ACLEDA Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
ACLEDA ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាព
សម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Jtra Royal សមមតលសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ 2008 ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្តល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្តល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវបានឥណពន្ធនិងបានឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើង យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឆឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចដកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមៗនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនតើគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart B ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart B ធ្វើឲ្យមុខចំនួនខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អត់យកកាតមកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែអត់បានយកកាតមកទេតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារ cardless card ដែលអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ cardless card ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ transfer ឬយកពាក្យ cardless card បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទៅប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេចទេប្រាក់ទៅដៃគូអាជីវកម្មមែនហ្នឹងហើយកំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លូវស្ទះហ្នឹងណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតោះប្រើប្រាស់វិញ app វិញអ្នកអាចទេប្រាក់$15,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ download វិញ app ឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំមកឲ្យហាក់សម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាមវិញមកដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុកវិញ point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ download វិញ app ហើយកុំមកឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំមកឲ្យហាក់ដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាមវិញមកដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុកវិញ point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ download វិញ app ហើយកុំមកឥឡូវនេះ
ទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលកូននេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់ 36,700 មក
ហើយបើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់បធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខគណៈដីផងហ្នឹង
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បាន
ជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
ចាស្នាប់ស្នាប់ដល់ទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខក្នុងធនាគារ
របស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាឪវាតោះដកលុយ
គ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
អីទិញថៃមួយណាអូខេពៅកុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ
Scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
តោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដក់ទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមានបវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូសខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេចូលបែរអត់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមួយសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹងខំពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មួយសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, Cision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
ជាប៉ូលីសសូមជូនកម្មវិធីពីនីតិព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់ៗនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមានបាននៅក្នុងប្រទេសដែលត្រូវបានលើក
អ
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវិជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
This is CamTech Summit 2021, powered by Prudential, live in Phnom Penh, Kingdom of Cambodia.
Good morning, Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nana, your host for the next 5 days of this pioneering hybrid event in fintech and technology world here in the Kingdom. Welcome to CamTech Summit 2021. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, as a growing economy, Cambodia welcomes digital advancement initiative at open arms. We are having the most talented workforce and advising committee. We are surrounded by partners and collaborators who share significant time and insight to help develop digital growth in our country. Starting this year, in partnership with World Fintech Festival, we are championing Cambodia as an incubator for fintechs and technology. Technology serves the underserved and the underbanked, while fintechs has created opportunity for Cambodia. Now, powered by our major partner, Prudential Life, CamTech Summit 2021 will showcase the innovative fintechs and technology landscape of Cambodia. We would like to acknowledge our sponsors and organizers. This event is made possible by the organizer of the National Bank of Cambodia, Cambodian Association of Finance and Technology, the Association of Banks in Cambodia, Cambodia Microfinance Association. Microfinance serve people always. We want to thank our silver sponsor, Khmer Enterprise, Inspire, Connect, Transform, AMK Finance at your doorstep, Philip Banks, a member of Philip Capital Group, Singapore, Prince Bank, we try harder for you, and Visa, everywhere you want to be. We want to also thank our bronze sponsor, ACLEDA Bank, the bank you can trust, the bank for the people, Credit Bureau Cambodia CBC, e-money, easy and safe, Jet Trust Royal Bank, simply better service, PPC Bank, easy banking, True Money, a leading fintech company in Southeast Asia, and Wink, the bank for every Cambodian. Of course, we also don't forget our media partner for this event, Cambodia Investment Review, Fresh News, Khmer Time, your opinion matters, PR News Wire, we tell your story to the world, and Sabai, happiness lives here. Now, finally, we want to acknowledge our content partner, Mekong, the next generation mobile payment and banking. DQD, we deliver, we distinguish, we drive ahead, we are the diversitas. iPay88 and W Source. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here are the 4 key cities with the following theme. For Siem Reap, tourism and tax, Sihanouk Villa, real estate and tax, Battambang, agriculture, tax and trade, and Phnom Penh, financial and tax. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, at the start of our official event, let's all rise for the national anthem of the Kingdom of Cambodia. ladies and gentlemen, our first distinguished speaker is currently Cambodian Minister of Posts and Telecommunication. He has foreseen the growing importance of technology in improving the quality and access to Cambodia's education system. On his quest to leverage digital innovation in the country's education system, he came to Singapore to gain more knowledge on good governance and digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is my true great honor to introduce His Excellency Dr. Chia Vandet, Minister of Posts and Telecommunication.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the CamTech Summit 2021, powered by Prudential, organized by NBC, partner associations, and Cambodian Association of Finance and Technology, as a hybrid FinTech and tech event alongside Singapore FinTech Festival by March. This summit is aimed to showcase Cambodia's emerging and accelerating FinTech and tech sectors. And I am delighted to meet key players in our banking, financial, and tech industry virtually today, and hope to meet all of you in person at future events. As we have experienced, the pandemic has disrupted the way we live, do business, and interact with one another. In a way, however, this disruption has emphasized the importance of digital technology in minimizing the impact of the pandemic and allow us to accelerate digital transformation and adopt ourselves to the digital economy as a new economic growth model. Taking into account the challenges and opportunities, the Royal Government of Cambodia has recently adopted the policy framework on digital economy and society 2021-2035, with a long-term vision to build a vibrant digital economy and society. This primarily focuses on laying the foundations for promoting tech adoptions and transformations among major stakeholders, namely the government, citizens, and businesses. In this policy framework, the digital human resource development is also prioritized, especially in promoting digital adoptions across different demographic groups of society. Under this framework, the Digital Security Committee will be established as one of the three core components to coordinate and monitor formulation of policy and related regulations on cybersecurity. And in preparations, the Ministry of Posts and Telecommunication is drafting relevant laws, including the law on cybersecurity, the law on personal data protections, all crucial elements toward a secure and trusted digital space. Our ministry is also planning to establish a root certificate authority system that will facilitate online transactions and verify digital signature, among others. In addition, MPTC is in the final state of draft the Digital Government Policy 2021-2035. Once completed, this policy will serve as a roadmap on how our government can better serve our citizens and businesses through digital technology. Some of priority actions laid out in our draft digital government policy include strengthening our ICT capabilities through R&D investment and capacity building for our local human capital. Building Cambodia's own data center along with a national cloud policy. Promoting accountability and transparency in our public service provision through the use of digital tools. Our team at MPTC have worked tirelessly to ensure Cambodia can enjoy the benefit derived from the ICT and telecom sectors. In this regard, I would like to take this opportunity to share some of our priority tasks at the present. As part of our digital transformation objective, we plan to minimize the use of paper in our daily administrative process, starting January 1st, 2022. To do so, our IT team has worked on 20 digitalization projects that will contribute to a more effective and efficient work environment. Our goal is to turn MPTC into a modern ministry as we look to share our tech adoption experience and best practice with the government institutions. And to prepare ourselves for this digital transformation journey, our ministry, through the Cambodia Academy of Digital Technology, has provided different training programs for our officials, ranging from basic digital essential to specialized subjects, so that they can become IT field experts and policy makers. On the telecom front, MPTC have formed 5 task forces dedicated to promoting quality cell service and backbone network across the country, as well as other 8 task forces to strengthen the telecom and internet services in all townships across Phnom Penh. Our long-term target is also to ensure network connectivity for school and health centers at the commune level across the country. In addition, our primary focus is to strengthen consumer protections, which is why our ministry has instructed both mobile operator and ISP to engage in ethical business practices and to inform their consumers the different charges of their plan and service. As the economy gradually reopens, MPTC stands ready to further promote Cambodia digital readiness, both on a human capital level and technical capability level, so that our country can seamlessly integrate into a safe, secure, and resilient ICT environment in line with regional and global development. In closing, I would like to reiterate our ministry commitment to collaborate with relevant stakeholders, especially the private sector, to narrow the digital divide and promote financial inclusion for our citizens through reliable telecoms and digital infrastructures, as well as tech adoption at all fronts of society. I wish you all a successful CamTech Summit ahead and look forward to the productive discussion that will ensue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Dr. Chievandet, for your wonderful welcome remark. It was actually contain a lot of words of encouragement and lay down already the groundwork which we can detail later during our next 5 days as well. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, now moving on. With the over 30 years of experience in the financial industry, our next distinguished speaker is no stranger to Cambodia banking sector. Please join me and welcome on stage Mr. Bang Jun Il, Treasurer, the Association of Banks in Cambodia and President of Phnom Penh Commercial Bank.
Respectfully, His Excellency Dr. Chievandet, Minister of Posts and Telecommunications, Her Excellency Madam Chantana, Deputy Governor of National Bank of Cambodia, Mr. Kiburan, Chairman of CMA, Mr. Remy Pell, or Chairman of CAFT. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. On behalf of Dr. In Cheney, the Chairman of Association of Banks in Cambodia, and on my behalf, it is my great honor to deliver the welcome remark for the CamTech Summit 2021 on the theme showing Cambodia's fintech and tech landscape through inclusiveness. CamTech Summit, organized by the Cambodian Association of Finance and Technology in cooperation with National Bank of Cambodia, Association of Banks in Cambodia, and Cambodia Microfinance Association, will inclusively showcase Cambodia's emerging and accelerating finance, technology, and technology sectors and their vast and innovative landscape. The summit is organized in line with the 11 partners for the World FinTech Festival, which takes place on November 11 to 12, 2021. The summit conducting today is in line with government's National Strategy for Financial Inclusion 2019 to 2025 and Cambodia Digital Economy and Society Policy Framework 21 to 35 to build a vibrant digital economy and society by laying the foundations for promoting digital adoption and transformation in all sectors of society, the state, citizens, and businesses, to promote new economic growth and improve social welfare in the new normal. In promoting digital adoption and transformation in the banking and the financial sector, the National Bank of Cambodia in October 2020 launched the interbank mobile payment system platform known as the Mekong system, which gave a powerful impetus to rural financial sector development and nurture financial inclusivity in the kingdom. Mekong enables interoperability between banks and financial institutions that is safe and cost-effective. It will play a role to consolidate the Cambodia's kingdom's highly fragmented banking system and make financial transactions easy, promoting the financial inclusion and increasing the usage of local currency. According to the report from the National Bank of Cambodia, the number of digital transactions across the kingdom jumped 350% from end 2019 to the end of 2020, and total value rose 200% to $68 billion. Transactions through ambitious Mekong on interbank system have also grown rapidly with about 1.5 million transactions in the Mekong ecosystem with a value of about $500 million. It is increasing quite rapidly, given that the first quarter of 2021 had only 100,000 wallet users, but as of the second quarter, the number reached 200,000 users. Excellency, Lok Jomtiop, ladies and gentlemen, the Association of Banks in Cambodia has considered the adaptation and the development of a digital technology in the BFIs as one of the core objectives as we aim to promote the continuous modernization of the Cambodian banking system by organizing, managing, participating in all interbank activities, including sharing credit information among members of association and promoting and supporting the initiatives related to the fintech and digital banking for banking and the financial institutions. The ABC thanks and appreciate the National Bank of Cambodia and governments who allow ABC to contribute with government for adoption, providing inputs for the digital agenda of Cambodia, specifically within the banking and financial sector. So far, the ABC has been 1. Setting a payment committee and working group on fintech and QR task force to support and promote the development of Cambodian financial systems, and will be working in close cooperation with NBC and serving as a channel of communication between the National Bank and the banking community to achieve this mission. The payment committee has also worked on the electronic know your customer implementation framework. And second, ABC signed MOU with Techo Startup Center to promote financial technology system in the Kingdom of Cambodia. Third, ABC has been working with the embassy on a number of national payment platforms, CSS projects, CSS co-batching, Mekong dispute resolution rules, Mekong fee structure, and CamTech. On November 23rd, the ABC will sign the agreement on CSS co-batching with international card schemes. Excellency Lok Jamtio, ladies and gentlemen, this one-of-a-kind event is set to provide a platform for interesting discussions on the topics of technology in tourism, real estate, agriculture, and trade and finance. I hope that you will find the forum today useful and relevant to your roles and your institutions. We are pleased to support CamTech Summit 2021 to spread awareness of the development in the Cambodian fintech and tech sectors. As I am concluding my short remark, please allow me to once again express thanks to Excellency Lok Jamtio and all participants for spending your valuable time to join the forum today. I look forward to the fruitful session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baek Chung-il, for your wonderful keynote address, and thank you for joining us. We are looking forward to further discussion later on this subject as well. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our next distinguished speaker, who has been with AMK for over 10 years in 2004 in different roles that he has held various leadership roles throughout the development of the organization, such as financial manager, CFO, deputy CEO, and before joining AMK, he worked for another MFI as financial director. Please join me and welcome on stage Mr. Kiabaran, Chairman of Cambodia Financial Association and CEO of AMK Microfinance Institution.
I would like to pay my respects to His Excellency Dr. Giovanni Minister, Ministry of Post and Telecom, Her Excellency Chumtio Deojantana, Deputy Director, Deputy Governor, National Bank of Cambodia, Mr. Rami Pal, Chairman of Cambodia Association and Finance and Technology, Mr. Pak Chong-il, Treasurer of Association of Bank in Cambodia, Excellency Nek Ok Nha, Lok Jamtio, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of Cambodian Microfinance Association, CMA, I'm greatly honored to participate in grand openings of the CamTech Summit and the World FinTech Openings Festival for 2021 today. This is the largest FinTech event that not only brings the knowledge and experience, but also aspirations and the vision of the future of digital and FinTech, especially in financial sector. We have been living through an unprecedented times in the last 2 years. COVID-19 has caused many interruptions in many sectors across economy, including global health, tourism, industry, logistics, real estate, and its supply chains, and many other sectors across the globe. Global extreme poverty is expecting to rise for the first time in the last 20 years, according to World Bank report. COVID-19 pandemics has pushed much faster on the adoptions of technology, especially among younger generations. Technology have increasingly played an important role in almost every aspect of our everyday life, including communication, work, entertainment, healthcare, education, and others, and business and personal interactions. According to the report on e-commerce ecosystem in Cambodia, issued by Profiton, note that over 50% of e-commerce users are aged between 25 to 44 years old. It is interesting to note that female user is slightly higher than male in this study. The main consumer group are lower and middle income level, and fashion is the most bought items online in 2020. Cambodian government has set out a clear vision in Cambodia digital economy and social framework 2021-2035, building a vibrant digital economy and society by laying the foundations for promoting digital adoptions and transformation in all sectors of society, the state, citizens, and business to promote new economic growth and improve social welfare based on their new normal. This framework is so important and serves as a guidance for digital roadmap for Cambodian. Cambodia financial industry, under leadership of His Excellency Governor Gijanto, has uplifting and going through critical digital transformation over the last decade. Most notably, in the last couple of years, National Bank of Cambodia have implemented a number of major national interoperability platforms, such as Cambodia Switch (CSS), which interconnected all ATMs together, fast retail pay, and Mekong platform, which run on blockchain technology, which allow real-time inter-financial institution fund transfer, payments, and settlement. These systems are not only enabling effective and low-cost interoperability among eligible financial institutions, but it provides outreach to more Cambodian people who is now be able to perform their transaction at much lower cost, fast and secure. The growth of digital product in financial sector has become more important than ever as the customer is more adaptive to technology and wish to perform transaction at their own times and place. A wide range of digital product has been introduced to the market over the last few years by financial institutions, including mobile banking apps, digital wallet, robotic advisory, digital loan request, digital loan application, credit scoring, online payment, self-service kiosk, and many other. It has allowed financial institutions to reach out to more people, which contributing to the achievement of National Financial Inclusion Goal 2019-2025. In fact, the number of saving accounts has grown almost double, about 9 million as of 2020. As digital products and adaptations to technology grow, knowledge on cybersecurity, digital literacy, financial literacy is becoming even more important for those consumers in order to help them to understand risk, benefit, and so they can be better protected. Moreover, improvement on infrastructure, cloud computing, data privacy, consumer protections, digital ID, eKYC is really important to support the future growth of digital product. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this valuable opportunities to update Your Excellency and honorable guests on the progress of microfinance sectors as the following. As of October 2021, CMA have 119 members, including 6 microfinance deposit-taking institutions, 73 microfinance institutions, 12 financial leasing companies, 24 rural credit operators, and 4 banks. The microfinance sector has provided a total credit to about 2 million households, with loan outstanding over $7 billion. The client deposit has reached $3.8 billion, with over 2.8 million depositors. The sector has also employed over 66,000 staff, with a total of about 1,500 branch offices across province and city in Cambodia. Once again, I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to all organizers who have worked so hard to bring this important event to life. Finally, I would like to respectfully wish you all, Excellency, Lok Jum Teo, ladies and gentlemen, a good health and success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kiboran, for your wonderful keynote address, and thank you very much for joining us. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to welcome the next distinguished speaker on stage. He is a very important person. He's an entrepreneur and investor who has multi-industry experience in the sector of banking and financial service, travel and tourism, and lastly, fast-moving consumer goods, personal care products. At present, he is serving as iPay88's Managing Director and responsible for its growth and presence in Cambodia for over the past 3 years. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ramipel, Chairman of Cambodia Association of Finance and Technology and Managing Director of iPay88 Cambodia.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a tremendous honor and privilege to launch CamTech Summit, powered by Prudential today on behalf of Cambodia Association of Finance and Technology, or CAF. This year's event is held in conjunction with World Tech Festival and Singapore FinTech Festival, which will inclusively showcase Cambodia's emerging and accelerating FinTech and tech sectors. It will also provide a great opportunity to have an in-depth discussion about current digital transformation of Cambodia's financial and technology industries across multiple cities and provinces in the Kingdom of Cambodia, specifically Phnom Penh, Siem Reap, Battambang, and Sihanoukville. As a registered association, CAF seeks to cultivate interests, skills to promote increased innovation, financial inclusion, diversity, and collaboration of all tech and fintech segments. This is done by serving as a collective voice in providing relevant and expert-sourced information to regulators and the private sector. CAF considers events such as CamTech Summit, powered by Prudential, a prime example of how we are meeting this mission of providing a unified voice for the industry and making it easier for government regulators and organizations to work with them. It has been a significant 12 months since the first CamTech was held last year, and despite severe constraints of the COVID-19 pandemic, CAF has been able to achieve several major milestones this year, which I'd like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank our board, Thomas McCorney, Sanjay Chakrabarti, Fandra Kun, Gia Boran, and our executive director, Weena Lona. Last February, we kicked off the year with some purpose. The association held its first annual general meeting after merging with the Cambodian FinTech Association. The event was uniquely aimed at setting the agenda and tone that brought together leaders from a variety of sectors and was able to help financial technology be more broadly understood and used. Secondly, the association was able to widen its network and scope this year by partnering up with reputable associations and organizations via memorandums of understanding, such as APEX, Singapore's API Exchange, Femtech Partners supporting women in tech, Cambodia's digital startup, then followed by a tri-party MOU with the Institute of Banking and Finance and Gadirum Institute of Technology to help develop the FinTech curriculum. The most recent MOU was with the American Chamber of Commerce in Cambodia to support local FinTech and startup businesses and promote financial inclusion and social responsibility in the community. Thirdly, we expanded our internal structure to create the East Asian Digital Tech Committee, headed by a successful tech entrepreneur, Jack Lee. This committee aims to foster cooperation within the Cambodian community, relevant regulators, and stakeholders for them to connect and collaborate on joint initiatives for future growth on the Cambodian tech and digital landscape. As you can see, it has been a busy year for CAF. Nevertheless, looking to the future, Cambodia, with its ultra-high levels of vaccination rates, has earmarked it will be planning to exit COVID-19 restrictions and embark on an era of new normal. There is a famous saying that every problem is an opportunity in disguise. And while the pandemic has devastated the local economy, it also has turbocharged the adoption of a digital lifestyle. This has resulted in many Cambodian consumers, companies, government ministries now leapfrogging from traditional institutions and embracing digital transformation. Many other governments worldwide have already seen how a digital economy will impact several aspects, such as a workforce restructuring, changes in tax revenue collection, and changes in public investment expenditures. Of course, as with any transformation, there will be issues that need to be carefully addressed with win-win policy solutions. Hence, it's essential to anticipate these changes and drive good governance, and for companies to work with associations such as CAF to bridge the gap between public and private sectors. In response, CAF has also earmarked one of its flagship initiatives this year, implementing a regulatory sandbox. This initiative will act as a small fintech village or an innovation lab, such as a physical location similar to those in Singapore with regulatory framework oversight that will allow financial institutions and startups to test products and features without affecting the financial landscape. Attempting to lay out a roadmap is, of course, always a guessing game when dealing with rapidly changing technology. However, the Royal Cambodian government, to its credit, officially announced the implementation of the Cambodia Digital Economy and Society Policy Framework 2021-2035. This framework was aligned with the awareness of good governance for sustainability driving a digital economy, an essential element that emerged as a priority in the digital era. There are two key foundations, the first being developing digital infrastructure, and the second fostering digital trust and confidence. We hope that this framework will assist our members in building a vibrant digital economy and society by laying foundations for promoting digital adoption and evolution in all sectors of society, the state, the people, and the business community. One well-known example of Cambodia's digital transformation currently at play is our own national bank's much-lauded Mekong payment system, which has shown rapid growth, with some now in the industry stating it could provide a platform for a digital Khmer Real within the next 10 years. Launched last year, Cambodia's first integrated payment system was designed to allow customers to perform several functions, such as making mobile payments, instant cross-bank transfers, provide robust integrations to many financial applications. In response to the Mekong payment application, many payment service providers are now looking to diversify their financial product offerings and distinguish themselves in the market. This upcoming diversification, or the need for the diversification and investment, shows how digital infrastructure could become the new engine room for the Cambodian economy as more traditional sectors such as real estate and tourism take time to recover from the pandemic. In summary, this year's festival should be used to both educate and encourage more investment in Cambodia's digital transformation and show the very best of Cambodian fintech companies on an international stage. Again, sincerely we thank all our speakers, our generous sponsors, and of course the participants and organizers who have made this year's CamTech Summit, powered by Prudential, possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramipel, for your very wonderful, insightful address that you have just made earlier. Thank you very much for joining us. We know that people are very busy during this day, like Mr. Ramipel have just mentioned, that COVID-19 has really affected us all. However, it also brings a lot of opportunity which make our life busier in just a different way, which is our new normal. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I am beyond thrilled to have the opportunity once again to introduce the next very important addresses. Not like she only have a beautiful name, but beautiful as a person, having a good position, such a role model for Cambodian. I myself was thrilled to learn that she actually went to the same university my husband went to. That was very exciting for me as a person. Also, for ladies and gentlemen watching our live event now, please stay tuned until the very end. We are 5 days live, and this afternoon there will be a prize for question and answer session before we start as well. Now, allow me to introduce our very important person gracing our event. She graduated from Monash University on Economic and Accounting and Finance from Melbourne, Australia. She was appointed as Deputy Governor of the Central Bank in 2004. She's a member of NBC's board, a chair of Consultative Committee for Supervision, a regulatory body, and Financial Stability Committee within the NBC. And she's also a member of Non-Bank Financial Service Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my true great honor to introduce Her Excellency Neil Chanthanat, Deputy Governor of National Bank of Cambodia.
His Excellency Dr. Chia Vandey, Minister of Ministries of Posts and Telecommunications, Mr. Bak Chung-yi, Treasurer of the Association of Banks in Cambodia, and Mr. Kian Boran, Chairman of the Cambodia Microfinance Association, and Mr. Rami Pal, Chairman of the Cambodian Association of Finance and Technology. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. Welcome to the CamTech Summit, which is organized by the National Bank of Cambodia in collaboration with the Association of Banks in Cambodia, Cambodia Microfinance Association, and Cambodia Association of Finance and Technology. Today, it's my great honor and pleasure to attend this important meeting together with the relevant stakeholders, distinguished guests, and the tech community in Cambodia. Your commitment to keep this event happen during this pandemic time is highly appreciated, and thanks to the advanced technology to make this possible. This year, the design of the event is a bit different from previous year, as we also come up with our own initiative of CamTech Summit at the national level and combines with the Singapore FinTech Festival 2021 as a partner country and global level. In addition, the scope of the 5 days event is also expanded to cover not only financial sector, but also tourism, real estate, and agriculture sectors, with the virtual shows being organized in different main cities and provinces of Cambodia, namely Phnom Penh, Siem Reap, Sihanoukville, and Battambang, and allow local and global audience to attend online through online platform. As we are already aware, the technology has been advancing rapidly, especially finance technology, as a result of Industrial Revolution 4.0, and it is becoming the main driving force to support the economic development, and many countries in the world are currently leveraging this technology to digitize their economy. This is due to the strong belief that technology could promote efficiency of economic activity, such as the production and delivery of goods and services, both in public and private sectors. As a result, it spurs inclusive and sustainable economic growth, especially during the pandemic of COVID-19, as it enables to digitize all economic transactions when the lockdown and the social distancing are implemented. Cambodia is also following the same path as other countries. The government recently introduced the policy framework for digital economy and society 2021-2035 with the vision to build a vibrant digital economy and society by laying the foundation to promote so it is to promote the society, the foundation to promote the digital adoption and transformation and all social sectors, including the state, citizen, and businesses, and to celebrate the new economic growth and promoted social welfare in the new normal. In this regard, promoting the digital adoption and innovation in various sectors is critical to realize the set vision. It is observed that digital adoption has been growing relatively fast in Cambodia over the past few years in numerous sectors. In the financial sector, FinTech has been progressing remarkably, and particularly in the payments, the remittance space, while other areas such as deposit, credit, insurance, and capital market are gradually developing. This could be witnessed through the introduction of many digital banking services such as internet banking, mobile banking and payment, QR code payment, and contactless payment. Furthermore, we also see a lot of progress in terms of digital adoption in transportation, logistics, agriculture, real estate, and tourism sectors through the use of mobile applications to facilitate ride-hailing service, goods and delivery services, and matching between demand and supply of agricultural products and real estate, and booking of hotel and tour package. This is obvious that smartphone has become the critical digital device that could potentially serve multi-purpose of economic transaction. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in order to support the government in implementing financial inclusion and digital economy agenda, especially the economic recovery from the COVID-19, the National Bank of Cambodia has put tremendous effort in promoting fintech in the banking sector, and significant progress has been observed in terms of accelerating interoperability, standardization, competition, innovation, and cross-border payment linkages. The National Bank of Cambodia has introduced a number of payment systems since last year. Mekong, which is the next generation payment system, was launched to enhance interoperability among banking and financial institutions, promote financial inclusion and electronic payment on a real-time basis using mobile phone. In addition, cross-border payment linkages between Cambodia and Malaysia using Mekong was recently launched to facilitate the cross-border fund transfer for trade and in particular remittance for the migrant workers. Besides, with the increasing popularity of QR code payment, the NBC, in cooperation with the Association of Banks in Cambodia and relevant stakeholders, have developed and introduced Khmer QR code as a standardized QR code for the payment in order to further promote standardization, interoperability, and security in Cambodia, and to prepare Cambodia for payment connectivity in the ASEAN region. The NBC also provides conducive policy and regulatory environment to support the fintech adoption, innovation, and competition, and this could be explained with the increasing number of payment services institutions and the introduction of diversified payment services and instruments. Apart from this, fintech roadmap covering the banking sector has been recently adopted to set a clear direction and action plan to be implemented for the fintech development in the Cambodian banking sector. Even though technology adoption in various sectors is accelerating, there are challenges that we need to address in order for Cambodia to fully harness the benefit of technology advancements. Firstly, the limited awareness of the digital literacy by the individuals and business could be the main barrier in promoting the usage and expose them to technology-related risks. This emphasizes the importance of digital literacy, which is another new area that all stakeholders need to take into consideration. Secondly, the development of appropriate regulatory framework to balance between innovation and stability. As fintech keep evolving very fast, new risks, especially cybersecurity risks, have emerged and become complicated. Thus, the regulation needs to be more responsive to catch up with the development. Thirdly, the need for expanding the scope of national digital identity as supporting infrastructure in various sectors is also an important issue that should be addressed. Last but not least, enhancing legal framework to address the issues related to cyber security and data privacy and protection is the most critical enabler to embrace trust and moving the digitization. With the challenges mentioned above, I believe that the CamTech Summit will provide an integrated platform for policymakers, regulators, business and tech players from various sectors to discuss the recent development of technologies in Cambodia and the globe and their growing importance, opportunities and challenges in shaping Cambodian economy in the digital area, especially the path to recovery after being hit by the current COVID-19 pandemic. This will promote awareness, coordination, exchanging views, knowledge, and experience among all stakeholders and enable policy makers and regulators to gather input for better design of the appropriate policies and regulation to cope with fast evolving technology and especially prepare Cambodia for the transition to digital economy and moving from middle income to upper middle income countries. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, taking this opportunity, I would like to express my appreciation to the Association of Banks in Cambodia, Cambodia Microfinance Association, and Cambodia Association of Finance and Technology, as well as the sponsors for their cooperation, tremendous efforts, and support in organizing this important event. My sincere thanks also goes to the moderators and panelists from government ministries, development partners, and relevant organizations who take their time off from their busy schedule to share their views, experience, and best practice to better address opportunity and challenge of advanced technology in Cambodia. I strongly encourage distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to actively participate in the event and discussion. In closing, I would like to wish Excellency distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good luck, good health, and success in all endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Her Excellency Neil Chantana, for gracing the event. And now our 5 days event is officially open. Let's jump into our first very important subject. Okay, now we all know technology is very important, but is it really affordable? If I'm a very small company or self-made employee, can I really afford this technology? We acknowledge its importances, but if it's not affordable, there is also no point. All right, now how are the affordable of innovation changing life in developing nation? This is one of the most pressing questions we face in the digital growth. To enlighten us today and how affordable innovative technology have been helping people get the most out of their life is the Regional Director of Insurance Growth Market at Prudential Corporation Asia. He is responsible in driving 16 markets across Asia and Africa toward greater growth. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome on stage Mr. Wilf Blackburn.
Hello and a very good morning. His Excellency, Dr. Chia Van Det, Minister of Post and Telecommunications. Her Excellency, New Chantana, Deputy Governor of the National Bank of Cambodia. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Prudential, I'm delighted to be delivering the opening address at the CamTech Summit 2021. Firstly, I'd like to express my heartiest congratulations to the organizers of the summit, the National Bank of Cambodia, the Cambodia Association of Finance and Technology, the Cambodia Microfinance Association, and the Association of Banks Cambodia. Prudential is proud to be sponsoring this summit and to be championing fintech innovation alongside the government, regulators, and our peers in the financial services industry. As a business born in the UK with a strong history in Asia and Africa, Prudential is committed to driving economic growth and greater financial inclusion in the two continents. Today, we are serving 17 million customers, but there are so many more people that we can serve, with Asia and Africa being home to more than 6 billion people, or 77% of the world's population. And Southeast Asia is a very important region for us. Our history in Southeast Asia dates back to 1924, when we set up our business in Malaysia, and a few years later, in 1931, we expanded to Singapore. Prudential was among the first international life insurers to set up operations in Cambodia in 2013. And today, we serve more than 300,000 customers in the country through a strong distribution network of 5,000 consultants and 4 branches throughout the country. Cambodia may be a relatively new market for Prudential, but we are clear about its long-term potential. With a population of 16 million and an insurance penetration rate of less than 1%, there is a big opportunity to help people with their protection, health, and their savings needs. Prudential's purpose is to help people to get the most out of life. And we do this by 1, making healthcare affordable and accessible, and 2, protecting people's wealth, helping them grow their assets, and empowering them to save for their goals. And technology is key to fulfilling this purpose. It will enable us to widen our reach to the underinsured and the uninsured populations. At Prudential, we have been investing significantly in enhancing our digital capabilities, recognizing that technology will help us to bridge the widening protection and health gaps in our markets. We are applying technologies such as AI and machine learning across the entire customer journey, from sales to servicing, to enhance efficiencies and to bring greater convenience to the people we serve. For example, in some markets, we can now do e-underwriting for selected products. Customers no longer have to wait days to know if they are insurable. With technology, the underwriting decisions can be made in hours. Such innovations will serve to lower the cost of doing business and make insurance more affordable, which ultimately benefits the customers. Technology has certainly played a significant role in how we engage with and serve our customers and our consultants during the pandemic, where face-to-face interactions have been severely curtailed. At the start of COVID-19, we worked very closely with our regulators in our markets to develop a solution that would allow our consultants to engage our customers and to sell insurance products remotely. Today, half of our sales are done virtually using video conferencing powered by electronic tools. We also accelerated the development of our health and wealth app over the last 2 years in response to increased demand for digital solutions and services. Pulse by Prudential is an AI-powered app that is designed to support our customers and the communities in their health and wealth journey. First launched in Malaysia in 2019, the app has achieved more than 31 million downloads across 19 markets in Asia and Africa. We launched Pulse in Cambodia late last year, and to date, more than 1 million people in Cambodia have downloaded the app. Through Pulse, our customers in Cambodia can buy bite-sized insurance products. These products start at less than $10 per year, are simple to understand and purchase, and most importantly, have a simple claims process. We plan to launch more such digital and affordable products on Pulse. To drive greater accessibility and affordability of financial services, stakeholders from the public and the private sector and academia must work even more closely together. This is why Prudential has been sponsoring the Singapore FinTech Festival led by the Monetary Authority of Singapore since 2017. And since last year, we have been supporting the CamTech Summit. We are also supporting 30 Cambodia-based fintechs on Apex, a global open architecture platform that supports financial innovation in ASEAN and around the world. In closing, I would like to reinforce Prudential's commitment to Cambodia and to driving greater financial inclusion in the country. We are confident that through our collective efforts with the government, the regulator, and our partners, we can find innovative solutions to help people to get the most out of life. And as Albert Einstein said, in the midst of every crisis lies great opportunity. The silver lining from this crisis could be the greater adoption of technology to enable a more inclusive society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blackburn, for the very wonderful and very informative presentation. And thank you very much for expressing your support of Prudential here in Cambodia market. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the good things about forum like this, or 5 days forum like this, is actually the lesson learned that we can learn from one another. And now, at this segment, let's learn about a very digitalized country, Estonia. So the next topic is about how Estonia become the most digitalized country, and as a country moving toward digitalization, what could Cambodia learn from them? Our next guest speaker is the founder and CEO of Estonia-based RegTech company, Salve. He has been working in financial crime fighting field for almost 2 decades, happy to be 2 global success stories, Skype, we all know that, and Wise, formerly known as TransferWise. He is also a board member in Finance Estonia, the peak body of Estonian finance sector, and board member and head of AML working group in the European FinTech Association. Together, let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Tavi Tamkiwi.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone, I hope that you can hear me well, as I'm in live, so I hope that it works well. I'm really pleased to be here, and thank you for inviting to give a opportunity to me to share our experience from Estonia, how to build a digital society, but also more importantly, how companies can take the benefit from that. And being part of the really world-changing companies like Skype and Wise over last decades, I know that first thing is to win the local market. Like here we won Estonia and we won UK and the rest of the Europe. But it's also very crucial for the startups and fintech startups to win the whole region and to win the whole globe. And I want to give you some ideas if fintech companies or in general RegTech and startups from Cambodia would like to come to Europe, then what is the landing country where you can start winning the European market as well? And maybe last but not least, you can win your government and central bank can find some ideas how to make it easier for your companies to grow across the world. So I hope that you can see my screen. I will switch on the screen sharing Just give me a second. You can see my screen now. Just a few words about Estonia. Estonia is based in Northern Europe, like really far away. It's like really dark and cold and wet in the current time of the year. So our population is tiny. We have a bit more than 1 million people, and then country is like 45,000 kilometers. We're using euro as a currency, and we're a member of Eurozone, European Union, OECD, NATO, and other countries. We are like digital society. What it means is like 99% of the state services, the government services that companies and individuals are using are online. So I can do with my mobile and with my laptop almost all the things with my country. There is a digital signature which saves like 5 days of my time every year. There is e-residency, which is like meant for the foreign people who want to join and use technology of Estonia, which I cover later. So just a bit of background, like in terms of international ratings and rankings, like we're in pretty much digital health. We're the first country in the world. In the OECD tax, we're the first country of the year. In case of in terms of entrepreneurial activity, we're the first country of the year. So startup friendliness wise, we are a second country of the year. And I just want to share some ideas how to get to that point and like how you could benefit from this as well. So there are some basics or some foundation that we set up like over a long time ago already. So the access to internet is a social right for the people, and every Estonian resident has electronic ID, which means that they can connect with the government services using the ID document. And as I said, 99% of the services are online, which means that it's super easy to work and live around the world, any place you want to, and use the government services. And the trust in the e-solutions is super high among the country as well, which helps to use these services. When I'm speaking with companies and then with the startups and fintechs, it's really easy to do business over here. That's why many companies who want to win the European market come to Estonia to set up their local offices and then grow across to Europe. It takes a couple of hours to start a company. Again, as I said, it's digitally possible. Filling in the tax reports, again, it's really hassle-free and then really happens online. And tax reporting itself is largely automated. And as I said, the e-residency is opened. We have opened the e-services to the rest of the world, where people can get their own ID card. They don't need to be Estonians. And what does this digital business environment mean, actually? As I said, 98% of the companies are established online. 99% of the banking transactions are done online. So that's huge learning for the local fintechs and local banks how to do the real online banking here. 98% of the people declare their taxes online and income online. And more than 90% of the population is using internet on daily basis. When it comes to e-residency, that's something that's open for you, for Cambodian people and entrepreneurs as well. So you get ID card that helps you to connect with the local ID e-services that Estonia is providing. So it used to be the first e-residency card in the world. We're offering it to 170 countries. We have 80,000 e-residents in the world. And great part of these e-residents are founding their companies here in Estonia, again, to win European markets. When it comes to startups, we have the most startups per capita in Europe. So in the picture you see the TransferWise, which went public this summer in UK stock exchange. But actually we have 1,100 startups already and 7 unicorns. And companies keep raising funds. It's super easy to raise funds here from Europe. And I encourage you in Cambodia as well to think it's in today's world when startups raising funds, there are no global barriers and no global limitations as there used to be maybe 5 or 10 years ago. when we look into the fintech, then about like 1 out of 5 companies in Estonia, fintech startups are in fintechs. Like we have more than 220 fintechs over here and 2,000 people employed, and like large portion of these people are coming from other countries, and that's like thanks to the openness of the country and the openness of the services that we're offering. When we talk about cyberspace, you obviously know that this is like crucial to offer really secure services to your customers, and that's why we have been building up like data embassy. Like Estonian like state data is also replicated in other country in safe environment. So like it's called data embassy. We're home of the NATO Cyber Defense Center and the European IT Agency, which is like doing heavy deep dive research and investigations around cyber threats and keep building up the protection against it. Like every year, Estonia keeps launching new things. Like there is like long history of that. It started already more than 20 years ago, like e-tax board and e-school, and there's a lot of services which are being launched every year. Just one thing I wanted to focus on, like in the last year or this year actually, we launched something which is really relevant for the financial sector and for the banks and for the fintechs. And I just wanted to take a pause and explain you a bit more. And again, like to show how important it is to bring up the partnership and the collaboration between the government and companies in the country. I want to talk about AML breach. When you look at the fin crime, which is impacting financial sector, then most of the people who are working in the fintechs and banks know how expensive it is to run the compliance functions, and sometimes they also see that how hard it is to fulfill the requirements, and still criminals are processing their money through the system. So that's why, like on the country-wise, we brought together our regulators, our FSA, our data protection inspection, and the banks themselves, and brought up idea how to like revolutionize the crime fighting in our country, but also now we're expanding to other countries as well. And what this AML breach does is like it's leading banks together with ourselves. And the government institutions built a secure data exchange platform for financial institutions. And this is strongly supported by the local regulators and government. And this allows banks and fintechs to exchange data about suspicious customers, suspicious transactions. And already like they're saving hundreds of thousands of euros of the customers' money every week. And that's actually now being used by the other countries in Europe and rest of the world. Like it goes across the Baltics, it goes to UK, it comes to Singapore, it might come to Cambodia as well. And this is like perfect example how government can support financial technology and the expansion of the revolution in that market. So, and lessons learned like from Estonia, like over the last 20 years, which I really encourage you, like your government institutions and companies to think. Like, first of all, you need to keep things short and simple. Like, try, if it works, then it's good, you can scale. If it doesn't work, then you can stop and try something else. Transparency works. Like, it has to be super easily understandable for the people, for the companies, why things are being done. And like you can always see what's happening with your data. You can always see what's happening with your services on the government structure as well. Like shared platforms make it quicker. So don't build a technology which is only locked, which you can control, but actually build the platforms that other institutions can use as well. And that's making the growth much faster. And actually delivery and design do matter also in the government sector, like things which people need to like, they need to look good, they need to be accessible, they need to be understandable. And last but not least, think in the really big scale, like think about how to be the best or how to be the most innovative place in the world or in your region. And this has always helped Estonia, and I really think that it will help also Cambodia to grow into local like leader in your region. So that was the experience I wanted to share with you, and hereby I will stop the presentation if I can. Yes. Thank you all for this opportunity to give a talk to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a very inspiring presentation. We all aspire to follow your best practice toward digitalization. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we have just learned a little bit from the Estonia. Now, as Cambodia has just launched its 14-year plan on digital policy that states how important technology offers a new model of economic growth. According to the government, building the digital economy as a new source of economic growth will increase productivity and economic efficiency while improving the well-being of Cambodian people. To tell us more about this, our next distinguished guest speaker, who is the Deputy Director General of ICT at the Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications, in charge of policy, cybersecurity, and international relations. Our keynote speaker will present the draft Cambodia Digital Government Policy 2021-2035 on vision, goals, objectives, strategies, and how the policy will be implemented. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome His Excellency Rapidson. His Excellency Rapidson, I think you are muted. Please unmute first.
Good morning. So first of all, my highly respect to Lok Chumtio Neo Chang Thana, Deputy Governor of National Bank of Cambodia, and also to the Mr. Pek Chong Il, this the Association of Bank in Cambodia, Mr. Boran Kia, Chairman Cambodia Microfinance Association, Mr. Ramil Pel, Chairman of Cambodia Association of Finance and Technology. Yes, it is my first privilege to be present in the CamTech Summit, and on behalf of the MPTC, I would like to give you the presentation, the summary of our digital government policy, the draft of our digital government policy. So I would like to share the screen to you. Yeah, please. So have you seen the presentation? So for our digital government policy, the draft version, I hope it will be adopted within maybe November or early December, because we plan to have the inter-ministerial meeting on the day after tomorrow. So for the foundation of the digital government policy, we starting from the foundation, the current status of our digital government, or also about the global trend of the digital transformation for the government in any other country, for example, like in Singapore or in Estonia or in South Korea. And also we look into the maturity of the digital government, that how maturity of the digital government in Cambodia is. So then we look into our challenges, the strength, the weakness, the opportunity, and also the threat regarding to the digital government development. So based on the foundation that we analyze, we look into our other policy. So like rectangular strategy phase 4, that the second of the rectangular is about the diversify of the economy, especially for the digital economy, and also about the NSPD, about the National Strategic Development Plan 2018 and 2013, and look into the policy of the industrial development, and also our draft strategic plan on the e-government that we have been draft for the Royal Government mandate 6, and the master plan that we have been prepared so far. So based on this reference, we also develop our digital government based on the policy framework of the digital economy and society. So as you already know that the Royal Government has adopted the digital economy and society policy framework 2135. So there are two main five pillar, two pillar as a foundation. One is the digital infrastructure, and second is the trust and confidence of the using the adoption the digital, and as a foundation. So these two pillars are the foundation, and the other three pillars on top of the foundation. One is the digital government, one is the digital citizen, and the digital business. So from this policy framework, we developed the digital government policy. So I can give you the now what is the vision of our digital government policy. So the vision is to building the digital government to improve the people quality of life and building trust among the people through better public service provision. So this is also linked to the digital economy and society policy framework that the vision is to build the digital government. So our goal is to be a smart government, because when we look into the digital maturity, current that based on the Gartner definition, so there are 5 levels of the digital government. So the current status of our digital government is at the level 1, that we are still in the first phase of the digital development, that all the other ministry are still move to online, but they are developed. Their system is in a silo. It is not connected. The data is not interchanged, and also there is no standard or no provision of the system development, and also about the security. So based on this, that we are still in the phase 1 of the digital government. So through the policy duration from the 21 to the 2035 within 15 years, our goal want to be a smart government, that everything is using the digital, not only providing the services to the citizen, but we also the process flow, the internal government work go using the digital tool, and also the data need to be digitized, and also build the framework for the open data that provide to the to the citizen, and also to the business to access. So with this, the goal that we set the direction for, there are main 4 objectives. The first objective is the government digital government infrastructure. I will elaborate more detail in the below slide. So the second is about the digital government services, that how we should we transform the current process, the manual services to the digital, and also sorry. So the the third objective is about the human capital, digital human capital, and innovation. And the fourth objective is about the building the private partnership with the private sector. So within this, we have like totally 86 action plan under the digital government policy, and we divide into phase like 3 phase from the 2021 to 2035. That the first phase is the first 5 year, and the middle phase is the second next 5 year, and the last phase is for the last 5 years that we need to develop. So the first 5 years that we looking into, maybe we need to start to build the foundation for the digital government. The foundation include the foundation is about the digital government structure. So I would like to elaborate you about what activity, what action plan need to be built for the foundation. So first is about the strategy one about the establishment and improvement of digital infrastructure, that we will build the government network that link all the other ministries together, link to all the capital or provincial, and also link to the district level, so that all the government network into unify into one network, so we can exchange the data more efficiently, and also to reduce the security risk from any cyber attack, and the linkage of the connection to all the ministry, linkage to the province and up to the district level. It requires a lot of the infrastructure. Currently, that the government infrastructure is mainly connecting only to the ministry that locate in Phnom Penh, and also some province. It's about only 9 provinces that we are linked together, but it is at the provincial level, not up to the district level. So the second is about the building the national data center. That currently all the ministry, they have some ministry they have their own data center, and some ministry they have not a data center, we call it a server room. So to make it more efficient for the computing resources, and also to reduce the cyber security attacks, and also the investment on the data center, that the royal government will have the national data center using the cloud technology, that for all other ministry to access it, and for some other ministry that they already have the data center, they can still manage and operate their own data center, but the MPTC can provide the services for the cyber security to them, and also the national data center can be used as the redundancy, that all the data that they store with their own data center can be back up to our national data center. So the third is about the digital government infrastructure, and that we as I mentioned earlier, and also the 1.4 is about the satellite image, because currently all the ministry they use they develop their own they're using differently. For example, when they have any project assistance from the development partner, they will develop their own platform and using their own technology. So we will develop a common platform for the satellite using remote sensing, that and provide this platform and data to the ministry require the image processing. For example, like Ministry of Land and Management, Ministry of Agriculture, or Ministry of Water and Resources, or Ministry of Environment. So they all can access to the same platform and using the same data. And another is about the Cambodia data exchange that are now being implemented by the Ministry of Economy and Finance, and it already in phase 2, that about 10 ministry already connected to them, that they can provide the services to the citizen and also to the business. They have one single portal that can register the business with them. And another activity is about the digital network infrastructure, that it is linked from the district level to the commune level, so that it will be the commune at the commune level. They have infrastructure that they can provide services to the citizen. For example, like birth registration or wedding registration to all the citizens, or maybe any certificate letter required from the commune level. And with the digital government infrastructure, we have the second strategy is about the improvement of the digital payment system infrastructure. So this may be a link to this even today, that we will build, because the NBC already have the barcode, and it can be utilized as a national payment gateway. But for the digital government, we will build based on the national payment gateway that developed by the NBC. We will have like a common platform that when all the ministry they provide the public services to the citizen, citizen can utilize the public services using the online payment connecting to all the other banks. So if we don't have the infrastructure in place, the one single payment gateway for the public services, or all the other ministry, they might connect to the bank, to different banking, and then spend a lot of time. So we will develop like a common system for them, and then any ministry require the online transaction, online payment for the public services, they can just utilize the web services we provide to them. And the third strategy is about the cyber security infrastructure, that all the ministry will be implement the security operation center to monitoring the cyber security attack on their system. And meanwhile, the MPTC will connect to all the security operating center from other ministry for analyzing the data, for the strengthening the security, and also provide them the recommendation or standard guideline regarding the cyber security. And we all will also strengthening the cyber security for our national internet gateway, that all the attacks from outside to Cambodia, we can minimize to the attack. And the last about the digital security is about the digital identity infrastructure mentioned by the Lokchungtil Neil Tana about the importance of the digital identity. It will be used for all the public services delivery, that we can verify or authenticate who requests the services from the government. So it will be also about the digital identity infrastructure. And the last strategy for the digital government infrastructure is about the postal logistic and last mile delivery, because to deliver the public services from the government, so we need to utilize the last mile delivery, because some services you can see now they can request online, and using the last mile delivery that we provide to them. So the citizen or business doesn't need to come to the government office. So using online, and then also the mechanism to deliver the certificate, the hard copy of the certificate to them by the last mile delivery. And also about the digital postcode, and also digital postal infrastructure. For example, the post box up to the commune level. So from the objective one, for the second objective about the digital government services. So you can see that in the digital government services, first, the fifth strategy for us is the development of the digital the governance for the digital government. So regarding the governance for the digital government, including the policy, including the standard, including the law, that to to support the digital transformation in the government. I just give maybe a small example like the data governance for all the ministry, and about the open data that we require a mechanism that classify the data, that what kind of data should be in public, what kind of data should be confidential, that the citizen and the business can access to it, can have API connecting to the open data platform from the government. And also we will have like a standard, for example, the standard of the digital government services delivery. And we also will have the law on the digital government, that it is mandatory for the ministry and other government institution for the public service delivery in digital in digital format, in the that it accelerate the digital transformation. So the next strategy for the digital government services is about the transformation on the digital government and the public services. So with this, we have a three category. For example, we call the government to government services, government for citizen services, and government to business services. So for the government to government services, it's about the internal to improve the internal process of the government, improve the work between the ministry and ministry, the coordination or between the ministry. So for example, we will have like the collaboration platform that can all the ministry will require using it, that to store the data for email communication, or maybe for government chat or government directory that they can access. And also like the document and electronic approval system. When we process the document from one ministry to other ministry, it all using the digital, not front end using the digital process, but at the back end you are still doing some manual work. So with the digital government services, we aim for the three: government to government services, government for the citizen, and government for the business. So for the government to the citizen, mainly we will focus on the single window platform, that the citizen can go to the government national web portal, and then it linked to all other ministry public services, or linked to the other government institution. For example, currently we have like there are about 2,000 in Cambodia, and among them there are only 169, 182 services that provide by online. But with that 182 services provided by online, some services it is only the front end services, but at the back end it's still a manual process. So we aim to digitalize all the process, also all the public services, that it almost 2,000 public services. So we aim to do it. So to do so, we may need a lot of the work, and with the business process re-engineering all the process, all the services, how we can prioritize which services will be digitalized first, and which services will be digitalized later for that. And come to the objective 3, it is about the human capital and digital innovation. So to accelerate the digital transformation in the government, it is also about the awareness of the digital technology. We will have to have a program for digital readiness for the citizen and for the student. For example, now the student they study at the school, their curriculum, they integrate with the ICT curriculum is only from the upper secondary level, upper secondary school level. But we will work with the Ministry of Education, that the ICT curriculum may be integrated from the lower secondary school level, so the the student can know how about the digital technology, and also to train the government official about the application, about the platform using to provide the public services to the citizen, and also how to integrate the digital skill or digital leadership to the leader level, the policy maker, that they understand well about the importance of the digital technology for governance, for public services, and also for their internal process. So I move to the objective 4 of building the public and private partnership. So to develop the digital government, we need all the coordination, all the support from the all the stakeholders, from the development partner, especially the private sector in Cambodia. They can join to the digital government development. For example, they can the system will be outsourcing to the private sector. For like I said, that the payment gateway infrastructure for the national for the public services delivery, it can be outsourcing to the private sector, to the company that are in skill in fintech, so they can able assist the development all this activity. So to realize this, we can see that based on the digital economy and society policy framework, there is a national digital economy and society chaired by the Samdech Techo, Prime Minister, and we have 3 committees. One is a digital committee that taking charge by the Ministry of Post and Telecommunication. The second is a digital economy and business committee that in charge by the Ministry of Economy and Finance, and the digital security committee chaired by the Prime Minister, and it is still working that which ministry will be in charge of will be assisting in the digital security committee. So from this, I would like to elaborate more about the digital government committee. That the digital government committee is work under the National Digital Economy and Society Council, and responsible for the digital transformation in the government, and for the technical and standard for all the ministry implementing their digital transformation project. And it led by the Ministry of Post and Telecommunication, and then joined by the other leader from other ministry. So it will coordinate and promote the digital government development. If, for example, the other ministry, they will have their own digital transformation strategy and plan. And when it comes to inter-ministry that, for example, require the connection or maybe require interoperability with the other ministry, it comes to the coordination of the digital government committee that we will assisting on this. And from this, the Ministry of Post and Telecommunication will be in charge of the digital government infrastructure, and also including the digital security, the national data center, and also the common platform. The common platform mainly for the government-to-government services that, for example, like a collaboration platform, like e-document, that any other ministry does not require to develop their own. The government can develop one and then can be applied to all. Sorry. So from the Ministry of Post and Telecommunication, we will have the sorry. So from the communication, Ministry of Post and Telecommunication, in the policy also give the direction to all the ministry to establish their own digital transformation unit, because we can see that now in other ministries, some ministries they already have the ICT department in charge of the ICT work within the ministry, but some other ministry they still don't have the ICT department. Some ICT work is still under the Department of Finance or Department of Admin, that it is not really dedicatedly for the digital transformation. So we will working with the ministry to have the dedicated department working on the digital transformation. And for the subnational level, at the capital or provincial level, so the Department of the Post and Telecommunication will be assisting the provincial or capital administration to implement the digital government at the sub administration level. So from this, I would like to give you the overview picture of the digital government. You can see this is the overview of the digital government development, and that within 15 years of our policy, we want to be a smart government. So starting from the infrastructure as a foundation, that we have the government network, we have the national data center, and we have the security, cyber security infrastructure to protect all the government data. All the ministry they have their own data. They will be the data will be owned by all the other ministry. It is not owned by the MPTC, and the data ledger that they any linkage or any interoperability between ministry and ministry, it will be decided or authorized by the data owner, not by the MPTC. And from the infrastructure, we will develop the common platform or call the government-to-government services. For example, like the financial management currently implemented by the Ministry of Economy and Finance, like FMIS that already implement more than 5 years now. We have like government groupware, like a collaboration system like the e-document, and also any other like HOMIS for the government official. So based on the common platform that developed by the MPTC and some key ministry, all the ministry will require to develop their own digital transformation, and that include the digital services platform. For example, like Ministry of the Tourism, they will in charge to develop the application to provide public services to the business or to citizen by their own ministry, but using our infrastructure, using the platform or security or standard that set by the Digital Government Committee. So based on this, that we need the ecosystem, we need the governance, we need the law and regulation to manage, to oversight of the building of the digital government. So this is the overview of the digital government that we aim in the next 15 years. So I come to the end of my presentation, and I would like to thank to the organizer that organized to the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Rapid Sun, for your very detailed, informative presentation. So we have much faith in our digital government policy, and we will support in any way we can to achieve our country's economic growth. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to another important topic, and our next distinguished guest speaker will present the Ministry of Economic and Finance Digital Government Framework, hands on its missions and goals for Cambodia to have vibrant digital economy and society. His Excellency is a senior economist and advisor to the Supreme National Economic Council and the Deputy Director General of the General Department of Policy. Over the last decade, he was actively participated in a number of policy advocates and initiatives such as Government Revenue Mobilization Strategy, Siem Provincial Special Economic Zone, Master Plan Development, SME Incentive, Skill Development Fund, and Entrepreneurship Development Fund, which have resulted significant contribution to the improvement of business and investment environment in Cambodia. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to introduce His Excellency Chia Kong Hong. His Excellency, can you please unmute yourself? I think you're still on mute. Yeah, we are live, literally. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, His Excellency Jividat, Ministry of Posts and Telecommunication, His Excellency Deputy Governor of Central Bank, representative from Estonia Government, Chairman of CAFT, representative of the Royal Government of Institution, Private Sector, and International Organization. Excellency and ladies and gentlemen, today I'm honored and delighted to deliver a keynote address at this CamTech Summit, which is an important platform to learn about innovation and technology through exchange of ideas as well as experience, coupled with products and services showcase. In parallel, as pointing out in the Rectangular Strategy 4, and particularly in the context of COVID-19 pandemic, the Royal Government of Cambodia has considered innovation and technology as a key priority to accelerate economic growth. On this basis, the RGC has recently launched the implementations of Cambodia Digital Economy and Society Policy Framework 2021-2035, with the vision of building a vibrant digital economy and society by laying the foundations, promoting digital adoption and transformation in all stakeholders to accelerate new economic growth and promote social welfare. The RGC has set out this policy framework as a roadmap for digital transformation and maximizing the benefits of forthcoming fourth industrial revolution. To realize its vision, the policy framework aims to build a digital economy to be a new growth driver and an ecosystem that contributes to increasing productivity and economic efficiency and improving the well-being of the people in Cambodia. This goal can be achieved through three interconnected phases. Phase 1, building digital foundation. Phase 2, digital adoption. Phase 3, digital transformation. Each phase will be implemented around 5 years, entailing 5 key components and designed like a house. The first 2 components are considered the foundation, including developing infrastructure in support of the digital transformation and building reliability and confidence in the digital system. Meanwhile, the subsequent 3 components are the pillars of digital economy, society, which include building digital citizen, building digital government, in which my colleagues earlier from Ministry of MPTC already present in detail, and finally, promoting digital business. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the context of COVID-19, industries and firms embrace digital solutions and technology to strengthen competitiveness and keep business afloat. At the same time, the emergence of local digital startups has increased remarkably, such as startups in e-commerce, fintech, e-services, digital media, advertising technology, to provide digital solutions for local firms. In addition, the usage of fintech, mainly in the forms of digital and electronic payment, has significantly increased. The digital and electronic payments promote the cost efficiency, transparency, and security for the business transaction. This technology has helped the RGC to effectively and efficiently implement the cash transfer program to the poor and vulnerable households and wage subsidies to workers' employees in government and tourism sectors. Besides, fintech is a productive platform for alternative financing such as crowdfunding, digital loan, credit scoring, digital asset, digital insurance, and accounting management. Amid progress of national vaccination rate and the recent relaxations of COVID-19 pandemic, where we have to learn to live with the virus, the RGC has recently announced the gradual reopening of all socio-economic activities and prepared a recovery strategy, as well as accelerated the implementations of the policy framework, focusing on building digital infrastructure, attracting domestic and foreign investment, promoting new businesses, increasing productivity, and promoting economic competitiveness. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to share some of my views to all of stakeholders as follows. One, first, private sector is encouraged to embrace digital technologies in their production, manufacturing, and services to promote cost efficiency, productivity, and competitiveness through expanding investment in digital infrastructure and development of digital talents. Second, households are encouraged to adopt digital technologies at all levels to stay relevant in the digital age, to be transformed into the digital economy and society. Digital citizens is one critical pillar. Third, digital talents are important for digital transformation. The higher education institutions and training institutions are incentivized to upgrade standards and existing curriculum and provide apprenticeship to supply qualified digital talents. Fourth, development partners are strategic actors that plays important role in helping Cambodia to accelerate the digital transformation through close cooperation and collaboration in the area of research, technical assistance, and financial support within both the bilateral and multilateral frameworks. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, to successfully implement the policy framework, the government requires strong participation from all stakeholders. We join hands together to build it for us, as our Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Economy and Finance once said that only with such action can Cambodia guarantee the desired success. Let me emphasize that the MOEF projects such as Khmer Enterprise, Digital Startup Center, SME Bank of Cambodia, the Entrepreneurship Development Fund, CamTech, which is an online business registration, are aimed at accelerating and leveraging the digital and entrepreneurship ecosystem, require active participation from all key stakeholders. Finally, I look forward to today's fruitful discussion and hope that this will be the initial steps toward further collaboration between futurists, think tanks, private sectors, and government in Cambodia for many years to come. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, for your very important presentation. It's actually conclude our morning session. Indeed, it was a very pioneering hybrid CamTech summit in Cambodia. In just half day, we have learned so much about Cambodia digitalization, progress, affordable innovation technology, digital government policies and framework from our distinguished guests and honorable guest keynote speakers. We would like to acknowledge once again our partners and sponsors for making this event possible. CamTech Summit is powered by Prudential with the support of the National Bank of Cambodia (NBC), Association of Bank in Cambodia (ABC), and Cambodia Microfinance Association (CMA). There are more to learn in today's afternoon program. We will be right back after lunch. Please come back no later than 1:15. Stick around from 1 o'clock because at the beginning of the afternoon segment, there will be the question and answer, very easy for you, that you can win amazing prizes. So stay tuned. I hope you come back at 1:15. Thank you. Have a good lunch.
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មកងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
កាន់តែងាយស្រួលជាមួយកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទដៃ AMK Mobile App លោកអ្នកអាចបញ្ចូលលុយទូរស័ព្ទបង់វិក័យប័ត្រកាត់ភ្លើងសម្រាមឬវិក័យប័ត្រផ្សេងព្រមទាំងពេលលុយទៅកាន់សាច់ញាតិនិងដកប្រាក់តាមភ្នាក់ងារ AMK ទូទាំងប្រទេស Download និងចុះឈ្មោះប្រើប្រាស់ឥឡូវនេះសម្រាប់ព័ត៌មានបន្ថែម023
này cũng thấy cô bông ở đây bàn tang online cho nên đi cầm tu tôi là hơi mong tự tu tôi tạm ngang với những nè tao Philippines với sữa Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị trôi lại cá form miệng xem xấy nên lấy code OTP cho nên chỉ ca sẽ
cho Philippines với sữa Mastercard nó Apple ban lấy cái nào
nhưng ai tin từ này lừa online với Facebook page nên cái công sản lừa online ban chọn tí đâu Philippines Virtual Mastercard, your world of possibility.
Chà, tới đây bông. Chà bông cho em chơi tờ lại chọc tí nha bông. Chọc kẻ chơi nhục cha lôi đã mẹ.
ចង់បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដោយគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបងបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរ
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ ACLEDA Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ ACLEDA Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
ACLEDA ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាពសម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Cetra Royal សមតុល្យសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ2008ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះ កម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្ដល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្ដល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវបានឥណពន្ធនិងបានឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ភ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឆឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចដកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមៗនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនតើគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart Biz ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart Biz ធ្វើឲ្យមុខជំនួញខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អត់យកកាត់មកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវនឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែបានយកកាត់មកឯងតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារ cardless card ដែលអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ cardless card ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ transfer ឬយកពាក្យ cardless card បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេចទេប្រាក់ទៅដៃគូអាជីវកម្មមែនហ្នឹងហើយកំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លូវស្ទះហ្នឹងណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតោះប្រើប្រាស់វិញ app វិញអ្នកអាចទេប្រាក់$150,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ download វិញ app ឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំងឲ្យហាក់សម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាមវិញមកដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុកវិញ point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ download វិញ app ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំងឲ្យហាក់ដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាមវិញមកដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុកវិញ point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ download វិញ app ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះ
ទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្ត Proof សុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញ Proof សុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលកូននេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់ 36,700 មក
ហើយបើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់បធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខគណៈដីផងហ្នឹង
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បាន
ជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
ចាស្នាប់ចិត្តស្នាប់ប្រយោជន៍ទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខក្នុងធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាឲ្យវាតោះដកលុយ
គ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រាប់បាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
អីទិញថៃមួយណា
អូខេពៅ
កុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ
Scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះតោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដក់ទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមិនមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូសខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេចូលបែរអស់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមូសសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹងខំនៅពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មូសសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, Cision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
ជាប៉ូលីសសូមជូនកម្មវិធី2នាទីព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់ៗនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមានថានៅក្នុងប្រទេសមានរបស់ភ្លើង
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវេជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
កាន់តែងាយស្រួលជាមួយកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទដៃ AMK Mobile App លោកអ្នកអាចបញ្ចូលលុយទូរស័ព្ទបង់វិក្កយបត្រទឹកភ្លើងសម្រាមឬវិក្កយបត្រផ្សេងព្រមទាំងពេលលុយទៅកាន់សាច់ញាតិនិងដកប្រាក់តាមភ្នាក់ងារ AMK ទូទាំងប្រទេស Download និងចុះឈ្មោះប្រើប្រាស់ឥឡូវនេះសម្រាប់ព័ត៌មានបន្ថែម023
này cũng thấy có bông ở đây bàn tang online giờ này mới cầm tu tôi là hơi mỏng tới tu tôi tầm ngang với những nhẹ tao Philippines với sữa Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị trôi lấy cá form miệng xem sấy nên lấy code OTP cho nên chỉ ca sẽ cho Philippines với sữa Mastercard ai phở ban lời cái nào nhưng ai tên tụi này lừa online với Facebook page nên ca cũng sang lừa online ban chọn tiết rồi Philippines Virtual Mastercard Your World of Possibility
ចាតើ
បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដែលគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបងបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរ
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ ACLEDA Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ ACLEDA Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
ACLEDA ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្
ញ្ញាលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាពសម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Jitra Royal សមតូលសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ 2008 ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្តល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្តល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវបានឥណពន្ធនិងបានឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឈឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចដកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនតើគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart Biz ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart Biz ធ្វើឲ្យមុខជំនួញខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អត់យកកាត់មកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែអត់បានយកកាត់មកទេតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារ cardless card តែអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ cardless card ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ transfer ឬយកពាក្យ cardless card បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេច
គ្រូអាជីវកម្មមែន
ហ្នឹងហើយ
កំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លូវស្ទេហានណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតោះប្រើប្រាស់ Wing App វិញអ្នកអាចទេប្រាក់$15,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ Download Wing App ឥឡូវនេះពិតជាងាយស្រួលកុំងអាហារសម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះពិតជាងាយស្រួលកុំងអាហារដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះ
ទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលកូននេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់36,700មក
ហើយបើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់បធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខគណៈដីផងណា
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បានជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះចាស្នាប់ចិត្តស្នាប់ពីដល់ទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាអើវាតោះទៅដាក់លុយគ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដល់ប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះអីទិញថៃមួយណាអូខេពៅកុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ Scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដល់ប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះតោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដក់ទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមិនមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូសខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេជួបបែរអត់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមូសសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹងខំនៅពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មូសសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, precision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
ជាមូលីសូមជូនកម្មវិធីពីនីតិព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់ៗនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមានថានៅក្នុងប្រទេសមានប្រព័ន្ធភ្លើង
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នកសួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវិជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យម្នាស់កាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មកងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមកងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
កាន់តែងាយស្រួលជាមួយកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទដៃ AMK Mobile App លោកអ្នកអាចបញ្ចូលលុយទូរស័ព្ទបង់ទីកាយប័ត្រកាត់ភ្លើងសម្រាមឬទីកាយប័ត្រផ្សេងព្រមទាំងពេលលុយទៅកាន់សាច់ញាតិនិងដកប្រាក់តាមភ្នាក់ងារ AMK ទូទាំងប្រទេស Download និងចុះឈ្មោះប្រើប្រាស់ឥឡូវនេះសម្រាប់ព័ត៌មានបន្ថែម023
này cũng thấy nhé có bông ở đây bàn tang online giờ này mới cầm tu tôi đã hơi mỏng tới tu tôi tận ngang với những nhẹ tao Philippines virtual Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị trôi lấy cá form miệng xem nên lấy code OTP cho nên chỉ can sẽ cho Philippines virtual Mastercard nó ai phở ban lời cái hả nhưng ai tên tụi này lừa online với Facebook page nên cái công san lừa online ban chọn tiết rồi Philippines Virtual Mastercard, your world of possibility.
Chơi tay lên bông. Chơi bông chơi chơi tay lại chặt tiếng bông. Chặt cái chơi nhung chơi lôi đã mẹ.
Trong បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដែលគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរ អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រោះអ្នកការពារនិងព្រោះការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រោះអ្នកការពារនិងព្រោះការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេរបស់បង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរហ៎
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ ACLEDA Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ ACLEDA Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
ACLEDA ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាព
សម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Cetra Royal សមតូលសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ2008ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្តល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្តល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវប័ណ្ណឥណពន្ធនិងប័ណ្ណឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើង យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឈឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចដកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនទេគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart B ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart B ធ្វើឲ្យមុខជំនួញខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អត់យកកាតមកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែអត់បានយកកាតមកទេតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារ cardless card ដែលអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ cardless card ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ transfer ឬយកពាក្យ cardless card បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេច
គួរអាជីវកម្មមែនហ្នឹងហើយកំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លូវស្ទះហ្នឹងណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតោះប្រើប្រាស់ Wing App វិញអ្នកអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់$15,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ Download Wing App ឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំអាហារសម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកំងឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំអាហារដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកំងឥឡូវនេះ
ទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលគាត់នេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់36,700មក
ហើយ
បើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់ធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរ
អត់ចាំលេខកណ្ដាលដីផងណា
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បានជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
ចាស្ដាប់ចិត្តស្ដាប់ពីដល់ទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខធនាគាររបស់
របស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាឪវាតោះដកលុយគ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះអីទិញថៃមួយណាអូខេពៅកុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ Scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
តោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដកទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមិនមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេជួបបែរអត់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមូសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹងខំនៅពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មូសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, Cision Distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
ជាមូលីសូមជូនកម្មវិធីពីនីតិព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់ៗនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមានថានៅក្នុងប្រទេសមានប្រព័ន្ធភ្លើង
អ
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវិជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
Good afternoon, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to CamTech Summit 2021, and this is day 1 in afternoon section. សូមបើកមុខកញ្ចក់និយាយខ្មែរទេព្រោះគេថាវគ្គហ្នឹងអត់អីនិយាយអីក៏បានដែរចា៎សូមជំរាបសួរទៅដល់អង្គពុំមីងពុកម៉ែបងប្អូននិងយុវវ័យដែលកំពុងតែទស្សនាកម្មវិធីរបស់យើង live នៅលើ page ច្រើនចឹងអត់ដឹងថាកំពុងតែមើលនៅ page ណាណា comment ម្នាក់មួយម៉ាត់ផងហើយមុននឹងចាប់ផ្ដើម CamTech Summit នៅក្នុងថ្ងៃទី1នៃរសៀលនេះគឺថាយើងមានវគ្គនេះគឺជាវគ្គមួយដែលបងប្អូនទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចទទួលរង្វាន់តាមរយៈការ comment សូមមើលបន្តិចណាអូឃើញមានអ្នក comment ច្រើនគួរសមដែរអញ្ចឹងនៅលើ Facebook page របស់ Prudential Cambodia បើសិនអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាកំពុងមើលឥឡូវមុនឈានចូលដល់កម្មវិធីជាបន្តគឺយើងនឹងមានកម្មវិធីសំណួរចម្លើយយករង្វាន់ Alright, that was just a quick introduction of the game session for this afternoon. Before we move on to the actual discussion on the CamTech Summit 2021, line up with all the important discussion and presentation from our keynote speakers, let's start with Q&A so that you can win some prizes. Okay, អញ្ចឹងសូមតាក់ទាញមួយបន្តិចសិនតាមរយៈការណែនាំថារង្វាន់យើងមានអីខ្លះ Okay, សូមជម្រាបថានៅក្នុងវគ្គហ្នឹងអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាមើល complete comment បើកមកកញ្ចក់បន្តិចបិទភ្លេងបន្តិចទៅដើមខ្ញុំហ្នឹងមានអារម្មណ៍ថានិយាយបដាលឮភ្លេងបដាលដូចច្រៀងខារ៉ាអូខេអូខេសម្រាប់រង្វាន់គឺថាមាន5រូបដែលឆ្លើយត្រូវអញ្ចឹងយើងមាន5សំណួរហើយសំណួរនីមួយៗហ្នឹងចម្លើយងាយមែនតើហើយជាចម្លើយដែលត្រូវហ្នឹងគឺមានមួយដូច្នេះម្នាក់ដែលឈ្នះពីសំណួរទី1នឹងទទួលបានទាំង4នេះតែម្ដងដែលលើដៃរបស់នាងខ្ញុំអានេះគឺ power bank តាក់មួយអញ្ចឹងសូមបើកកញ្ចប់ឲ្យមើលបន្តិចសិនតែចា power bank នេះដោយ Philip Bank ហើយយើងក៏មានម៉ាស់ចំនួន3ទៀតចានេះក៏ជាម៉ាស់លក្ខណៈពិសេសដែរមិនមែនម៉ាស់กระดาษស្រាលស្ដើងទេបើសិនអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអត់ចូលរួមលេងអ្នករៀបចំកម្មវិធីគេអាចកាត់លុយខ្ញុំណាប៉ុន្តែបើអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអត់ចូលរួមលេងរង្វាន់សម្រាប់ទាំង5អ្នកហ្នឹងខ្ញុំយកហ្មងចាសុកចិត្តឲ្យគេកាត់លុយអូខេចាមើលសុំសួស្ដីរតនាសួស្ដីម៉ាលីកាសួស្ដីសុរៈអូសុរៈថា so excited ហ្នឹងខ្ញុំក៏ excited ដែរសួស្ដីឡែន3D យ៉ានគាត់ថាវ៉ាវមិនដឹងភាសាខ្ញុំឬក៏ភាសាកម្មវិធីណាអូខេតោះឥឡូវត្រៀមខ្លួនហើយនៅមុននឹងខ្ញុំសួរសំណួរខ្ញុំសូមបញ្ជាក់បន្តិចណាសំណួរហ្នឹងគឺ multiple choice មានចម្លើយត្រូវហ្នឹងមួយ ហើយនៅពេលដែលយើងឃើញហើយខ្ញុំប្រកាសឈ្មោះអ្នកត្រូវរង្វាន់ឥឡូវហ្នឹងតែម្ដងហើយអ្នកត្រូវរង្វាន់គឺក្រុមការងារយើងនឹងតាក់ទងត្រឡប់ទៅវិញនៅថ្ងៃស្អែកហ្នឹងឯង Alright no so for this segment there will be multiple choice question there will be 5 questions for 5 winners and we will select the winner of after each question I want the power bank hi DJ Nana hi Alright so the prize will be a power bank oh this is 10,000 million pair that's huge if you don't want I want it and then 3 masks I mean this everything in my hand now is for one winner alright okay now can we have question number 1 okay question number 1 what is the province that we are going to highlight to discuss the topic of fintech ចាសំណួរទី1តើចម្លើយគឺសៀមរាបឬភ្នំពេញអូខេសូមអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឆ្លើយមកអត់ទេយើងនៅមានពេលនៅឡើយចាសៀមរាបឬក៏ភ្នំពេញដែលនិយាយពីរឿង fintech ដោយសារតែយើងមាន4ខេត្តដែលឧទាហរណ៍ខ្ញុំខិតឲ្យមើលតិចអូខាងនេះអ៊ុបមិនឈោកបាំងណាអញ្ចឹងយើងមើលសៀមរាបមើលយើងមើលសៀមរាបឈ្មោះអីនេះ tourism and tax អញ្ចឹងចម្លើយដូចជាច្បាស់គួរសមដែរអូខេសូមឆ្លើយទៀតចាពាក្យច្រើនឆ្លើយថាភ្នំពេញខ្ញុំអត់មានកាន់ជើងខាងណាឯណាខ្ញុំគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ថាសៀមរាបនិយាយពី tourism and tax ចាអូខេហើយក្រុមការងារនឹងជួយរើសអ្នកត្រូវឲ្យខ្ញុំណាហើយសម្រាប់អ្នកដែលត្រូវណាសូមជម្រាបម្ដងទៀតគឺបានទាំង4នឹងតែម្ដងគឺម៉ាស់ចំនួន3ហើយ power bank ចំនួន1 alright តែយើងឈប់ដំណឹងឬក៏តទៀតអូយអ្នក comment ច្រើនណាមើលទៅរង្វាន់នេះដូចជាមិនសល់ដល់ខ្ញុំទេមើលទៅអូខេសូមបិទសំណួរទី1ត្រឹមតែប៉ុណ្ណេះហើយអ្នកដែលត្រូវបានជ្រើសរើសគឺមានឈ្មោះរើសអត់តដោយសារតែ comment ឡើងលើរហូតឈ្មោះសុំតតែពិតយើងរើសហើយប៉ុន្តែដល់ពេលគាត់ comment ទៅវាលោតឡើងលើរហូតចាអ្នកដែលត្រូវរង្វាន់ឈ្មោះអីសុំចាំ flat អេឈ្មោះអ្នកត្រូវរង្វាន់ទី1មិនទាន់ឲ្យគេផងណាចោលឡើងទៅណាចាចម្លើយដែលត្រឹមត្រូវគឺភ្នំពេញអូខេអញ្ចឹងអ្នកដែលឆ្លើយត្រូវគឺមានច្រើនមែនតើអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាគឺឆ្លើយភ្នំពេញទាំងអស់គ្នាអញ្ចឹងអ្នកដែលត្រូវរង្វាន់នោះគឺមានឈ្មោះចាមិនដែរចាំផ្លែអ្នកត្រូវរង្វាន់មានឈ្មោះយើង live ផ្ទាល់ណាចាត្រូវអកសើមែនតើហ្មងចាអូខេបងហៅអ្នកណាក៏បានដែរដូច្នេះអ្នកដែលត្រូវរង្វាន់មានឈ្មោះ scroll ទៀតបើខ្ញុំឃើញអ្នកខ្លះគាត់ទៅសេបំពេញឡើងច្រើនដងហ្នឹងមានឈ្មោះ profile គាត់ពណ៌ផ្កាឈូកហ៎ណាគេហ្នឹងហ៎អូអត់ឲ្យទេចឹងអូខេមានឈ្មោះដួងឌីរ៉ាដែនអរគុណច្រើនអត់អីដកដង្ហើមវែងសំណួរនៅមានច្រើនទៀតដូច្នេះសូមបង្ហាញសំណួរទី2 question number 2 Alright and the question is what is the province that we are going to highlight to discuss the topic about real estate and tax តើសៀនុវាលឬក៏សៀមរាបសូមម្ដងទៀតអញ្ចឹងតើសម្រាប់សៀមរាបឬក៏សៀនុវាលដែលយើងនឹងនិយាយអំពីប្រធានបទ real estate and tax អូខេសូមចម្លើយឆ្លើយតទៀតតើសៀនុវាលឬក៏សៀមរាបដែលយើងនឹងពិភាក្សាប្រធានបទដែលតាក់ទងជាមួយនឹងអចលនទ្រព្យនិងបច្ចេកវិទ្យាចាបងដួងឌីរ៉ាដែរហ្នឹងអត់ឲ្យទៀតទេណាផងយកម្នាក់ឯងមិនមែនរង្វាន់ហ្នឹងអូខេទៀតឆ្លើយទៀតមក keep going is it សៀនុវាល or សៀមរាប alright okay can we stop here alright ឥឡូវនេះសូមបង្ហាញចម្លើយដែលត្រឹមត្រូវ and the answer move on. Keep going. Which one is Lindy? Go on. Okay, please choose a winner. Sora. Xong bao xa tơ đào Sora Seoul. Ok. Dương ban pi hai. Còn mà ở sẵn khấm của thằng nợ bay sầm nua tiền. Ôi. Mình là đóng tham vẹn đi để thăm polo đôi đấy. Ok. Now, sầm nua tí bay. Question number 3. What is the province that we are going to highlight to discuss the topic about agriculture and tax? Bạn đầm bong ở Phnom Penh. Ta khai ná đại dương nơi Việt Nam từ lơ Việt Nam ba tẹt tông từ nâng cả sải cam nâng phải chạy về chia ta Phnom Penh như bạn đầm bong. Ok, slide tiếp. Ôi nè, khác cứ mệt vãi lưới nó cứ copy slide món nè. Keep going. Is it Batamong or Phnom Penh that we are going to talk about agriculture and tax? Okay. Lấy xong bằng 2 chấm lai sân. Đôi chân này chấm lai cứ. And the correct answer is Batamong. And the winner is Malin Yem. Yes. Alright, congratulations Malin. Now, question number 4. Okay, for once I feel like I'm in a lottery announcement. What is the province that we are going to highlight to discuss the topic about tourism and tax? Okay. Bắt tầm bóng rồi con xem biết đại dương bị phía xa phí tourism and tax. Thôi chẳng món à. Slide. Ta Siem Reap ឬក៏បាត់ដំបងដែលយើងនៅពិភាក្សាគ្នាអំពីប្រធានបទ Tourism and Tax ចង់និយាយថាអ្នករៀបចំកម្មវិធីបើអញ្ចឹងតដែរតាមពិតចែករង្វាន់ free ហ្មងណាសូមបញ្ជាក់ម្ដងទៀតថាអ្នកដែលត្រូវរង្វាន់នោះគឺនឹងមានម៉ាស់ចំនួន3ហើយនឹង power bank មួយហើយសូមអរគុណទៅដល់ Philip Banks ដែលបាន sponsor វគ្គ game របស់យើងឆ្លើយទៀតមកតើបាត់ដំបងឬសៀមរាបដែលយើងនឹងពិភាក្សាតាក់ទងទៅនឹងប្រធានបទទេសចរនិងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា Keep going. Is it Bat Nang Mong or Siem Reap? Now we are going to highlight to talk about tourism and tax. Keep going. Sầm nua mùi đấy sủi trên kia bảo bùa chụp lại nó khỏi cái đó mình tí con mà. Is it okay then? Okay, let's stop here and the answer is Siem Reap. Ten. Chọn vậy thayឆ្លើយត្រូវសឹមតែគ្រប់គ្នារើសអត់ឲ្យវិធីកងរើសខ្លួនឯងបើរើសហ្មងណាអញ្ចឹងសូមអបអរទៅដល់សេងហៅអូខេអបអរសាទរសេងហៅអូខេ now question number 5 សំណួរទី5 What is the title of our event now តើប្រធានបទដែលយើងកម្មវិធីយើង5ថ្ងៃយើងមានឈ្មោះធំមួយអញ្ចឹងតើ title of event យើងនឹងអីគេ Digital Cambodia Summit ឬក៏ CamTech Summit អូខេនេះសំណួរទី5ណាជាសំណួរចុងក្រោយសូមឆ្លើយមកថាតើកម្មវិធីយើងមានឈ្មោះអ្វី CamTech Summit ឬក៏ Digital Cambodia Summitចាឆ្លើយទៀតអូខេអូអ្នកឆ្លើយ CamTech Summit ច្រើនណាស់មកតែភាគច្រើនដល់ត្រូវឆ្លើយទៀតតែកម្មវិធីរបស់យើងឈ្មោះ Digital Cambodia Summit ឬក៏ CamTech Summit ចាអ្នកត្រូវរង្វាន់ហើយអត់ឲ្យទៀតទេណាប្រាប់ឲ្យហើយ នេះគឺជារង្វាន់ចុងក្រោយហើយគឺជាសំណួរចុងក្រោយដែរអូខេ go on Okay, Sompanang and the answer is CamTech submit. Woo! Okay, and we'll give this one to Big Bright. Woo! So tired at this segment. អូខេអរគុណច្រើនអរគុណអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាដែលបានចូលរួមលេងហ្គេមរបស់
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទ Call by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
កាន់តែងាយស្រួលជាមួយកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទដៃ AMK Mobile App លោកអ្នកអាចបញ្ចូលលុយទូរស័ព្ទបង់ពីកាយប័ត្រទឹកភ្លើងសម្រាមឬពីកាយប័ត្រផ្សេងព្រមទាំងពេលលុយទៅកាន់សាច់ញាតិនិងដកប្រាក់តាមភ្នាក់ងារ AMK ទូទាំងប្រទេសដោនឡូតនិងចុះឈ្មោះប្រើប្រាស់ឥឡូវនេះសម្រាប់ព័ត៌មានបន្ថែម023
này cũng thấy nè có bông ở đây bàn tang online giờ này mới cầm tu tôi là hơi mỏng tới tu tôi tạm ngang với những nè tao Philippines với sữa Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị trôi lấy cá form miệng xem xấy nên lấy code OTP cho nên
Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests, welcome back to the afternoon program. Powered by major partner Prudential Life, CamTech Summit 2021 will showcase the innovative fintech and technology landscape of Cambodia. With the support of National Bank of Cambodia, Association of Bank in Cambodia and Cambodian Microfinance Association, Cambodia Association Finance and Technology is leading this event, which will feature 4 key Cambodian cities to bring together multiple industries with with overarching fintech, finance, and tech theme, and how each of those function together. And here are the 4 key cities with the following theme: Siem Reap, tourism and tech; Siem Reap, real estate and tech; Bat Nambong, agriculture, tax and trade; and Phnom Penh, finance and tech. This year, CamTech is powered by Prudential and organized by National Bank of Cambodia, Cambodian Association of Finance and Technology, the Association of Bank in Cambodia, Cambodia Microfinance Association. Microfinance serve people always. And we want to thank our silver sponsor, Khmer Enterprise, Inspire, Connect, Transform. AMK, Finance at your doorstep. Philip Bank, a member of Philip Capital Group, Singapore. Prince Bank, we try harder for you. Visa, everywhere you want to be. We would like to also express our gratitude to our brand sponsor, ACLEDA Bank, the bank you can trust, the bank for the people. Credit Bureau Cambodia CBC, e-money, easy and safe. Trust Royal Bank, simply better service. PPC Bank, easy banking. True Money, a leading fintech company in Southeast Asia. And Wing, the bank for every Cambodian. Our media partner for this event include Cambodia Investment Review, Fresh News, Khmer Time, Your Opinion Matters, PR, Newswire, We Tell Your Story to the World, and Sabai. Happiness lives here. And finally, our content partners, Bakong, the next generation mobile payment and banking; DQD, we deliver, we distinguish, we drive ahead, we are Diversitas; iPay88, and WSource. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, to begin one of the 4 key cities, COVID-19 has really drained revenue away from the local economies. One of which was greatly affected is the tourism industry in Siem Reap. With the recently launched Tourism Master Plan, it aims to turn Siem Reap City to the surrounding area into the quality destination, focusing on higher spending tourists while minimizing any negative impact on large number of visitors to the world-famous Angkor Wat Temple complex. Now, in order to get to know and highlight more about Siem Reap Tourism Master Plan and text, please watch this. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, our next distinguished guest speaker is the Senior Director for Quality Tourism Development, from Policy to Strategy, Tourism Planning, Clean City, Eco-Tourism, Green Tourism, Smart Tourism to International and Regional Cooperation. His Excellency is the Deputy Director General of Tourism Development and International Cooperation, and also a Deputy Secretary General for the National Committee for Clean City Assessment. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to introduce His Excellency Ieng Sawannarat.
បាទសូមជម្រាបសួរបាទសូមជម្រាបសួរ DJ Nana បាទខ្ញុំអាចអនុញ្ញាត share screen បានបាទ Okay, so good afternoon to everybody, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I have great honor this afternoon to represent the Ministry of Tourism of Cambodia to join this exciting CamTech summit that has been organized by various stakeholders in Cambodia, especially the Cambodian Association of Finance and Technology, CAFT, the Association of Bank of Cambodia, ABC, and the Cambodia Microfinance Association, and with the Prudential team as well. So.
mà chia sẻ và hai chị miên bánh ha phải chạy cái tê khang ai đóng tích trong số màn nhạc chi yếm tại tông ai đóng mà đóng tiết chàng ai đóng nơi ở tin đi đa thế chả để ra cam thì những cứ live to mền tàn giờ mình thọt tục thế chàng chân số màn nhạc xong pe mình tách nằm bây phụ dương ai bàn sum rùa nơi phải chạy cái tê nơi không cá top trong ai đóng tạt lọc châu màu càng không cá thu bọt bằng hành to tiền chàng. Can we connect to him at all now? Or? We'll continue to the next presenter first, or? Okay. Chà số phải tốt. Lại đây trong ca nghe được bao nhiêu cái bông tạp chia diêm tẹt tông tại ai đóng ấy trong sông khăn tại phải tốt bị sầm nạ ai đóng được chung tiêu luôn xây đại cái bông tại tu sân á phóng. Sông nếu tu sân á cam vị thi được bao nhiêu mình to tiết cho ai đóng cái bông tại shop tại lọc vào mình. Đòi vị thi được bọn này bất chia sầm khăn mền tên chà. Well, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the inconveniences. We're now trying to connect back to His Excellency Angsumanarot. We're trying to get him back online right now. Meanwhile, you can look at my face. That's the reason why I wear a pink jacket. Chào sao mà nhát xong pen tích. Hai xong chụp điệp tha cam thi được bao nhiêu 5 ngàyណាថ្ងៃនេះគ្រាន់តែជាថ្ងៃទី1តែប៉ុណ្ណោះយើងនៅមានប្រធានបទច្រើនមែនតើហើយថ្ងៃទី1នេះគឺយើងចាប់ផ្ដើមនិយាយអំពីខេត្តសៀមរាបប៉ុន្តែយើងនៅសល់ខេត្តសំខាន់ទៀតនៅមានបាត់ដំបងនៅមានរាជធានីភ្នំពេញក៏នៅមានសែនរុវិលយើងនិយាយពីបច្ចេកវិទ្យាប៉ុន្តែខេត្តនីមួយៗហ្នឹងគឺយើងនឹងនិយាយអំពីវិស័យផ្សេងៗគ្នានេះគឺជាប្រធានបទដែលគួរឲ្យចាប់អារម្មណ៍មែនតើតែម្ដងចា៎ Alright, how are we doing right now? Still trying to connect? No problem. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this quick opportunity to invite you once again to stay tuned for the next 4 days and a half. This is only first day of the 5 days event of CamTech Summit. We are going to focus on 4 different provinces and 4 different sectors. So we have Phnom Penh, Battambang Bong, Siem Reap, and Siem Reap. And this afternoon we are doing Siem Reap. Alright, he's back. Okay. ចឹងខ្ញុំសូមបកគោលកម្មវិធីជូនអាដាមវិញចា៎
បាទសូមជម្រាបសួរម្ដងទៀត DJ Nana និងទូរទស្សនិកជនទាំងអស់គ្នាបាទខ្ញុំសូមអនុញ្ញាត share screen ឡើងវិញម្ដងទៀតបាទព្រោះមុននេះ share ទៅវាដាច់
ចាសាកម្ដងទៀតសិន
But can you see my screen? Yeah.
Yep. It's here.
Okay. So thank you, DJ Nana.
Thank you.
Once again, good afternoon to Excellency, ladies and gentlemen who are watching the CamTech Summit live from Cambodia. First of all, on behalf of the Ministry of Tourism of Cambodia, I would like to express our appreciation to the organizing team for extending the invitation to the Ministry of Tourism to join in this particular session. In order to talk about the smart tourism development in Cambodia. Can you still hear me? Yeah? Hello? Hello, can you still hear me and see the screen?
Yep. We can hear you.
Okay, so I continue.
Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you. So, as you all know, the tourism sector has been hit really hard by COVID-19 crisis. From the early of 2020 up until now, the global tourism in general have been dramatically dropped in terms of arrivals, because everyone knows that there is no movement across the borders, across the international borders, for safety reason, and also because there are implementations of safety measures, in order to contain the virus by each country. So tourism, has been hit really hard, and for Cambodia case in particular, we can say that we have experienced the worst crisis that we have known for the last 20 years or so. Up until 2019, Cambodian tourism has been enjoying a robust growth, in terms of international arrival as well as the domestic tourism movement across the country as well. And during the last 18 months, the number of international arrival to Cambodia has been dropped down very dramatically, and also the domestic movement also has been disturbed by the different event, by the different event caused by the COVID-19 crisis that has been spreading in the local community. So this afternoon, we are going to talk about smart tourism development in Cambodia, and I think it's a very timely subject that we need to talk about, and that we have been talking for quite a while as well, because we all know that even before COVID-19 crisis happened, we all know the importance to adapt and adopt the digitalization, because it's the mega trend, it's the international trend that has been happening with the upcoming IO 4.0, Industrial Revolution 4.0, that has been affecting or impacting on various socio-economic sectors, including tourism as well. So for us, if we would like to talk about smart tourism development, we need to talk about human capital development as well, because technology and the human being, need to go hand in hand. If we would like to achieve or successfully benefit from the new emerging technologies, so on and so forth, we need to make sure that our people, the people who are the workforce, working in the tourism industry, working in the different tourism services and different establishment, they make sure that they are capable enough, to take advantage and to make use of the new technology, in order to improve their productivity, improve their services, improve the quality of our product, etc. So human capital and technology are the two main important factors in order to successfully develop digital tourism or smart tourism in Cambodia. And we have learned also from different experience across the globe. You may know that within the regional framework, within ASEAN region, digital tourism has also been a main focus for us. At the regional level, we try all the 10 member states. We try to develop together digital tourism so that we can benefit from innovative solutions, from the new digital solution that would be quite helpful in order to attract more and more visitors to the region. And also importantly, we need to make sure that we can make ASEAN competitive enough, within the global tourism landscape. And so at the regional level, the leaders of the 10 countries has also issued joint declarations, ASEAN Declaration on Digital Tourism during the ASEAN Summit in November in 2020. Yeah. So we have seen various digital solutions that has been proposed by various technical officer or various, the tech company, the startup company, So it's very important for us to make sure that we know our demand, make sure that we know where are the critical areas that we need to get engaged with new technologies. There's also a new pattern, in play as well, from the various business model, that have been changing because of the new technology, because of the new potentials provided by innovations, and also there are also new requirements from the demand side and from the supply side as well, So there are changing attitude, behavioral change by the tourists themselves. Right now they demand more and more personalized products, personalized experience, real-time services. So they go online more and more to book their trips, their holidays, to prepare their vacations, to plan for their business trip, etc. So even before COVID-19, these things have been happening in the tourism landscape already. So that's why it's very important for us, to catch up and to adapt to all these new changes in the sector. And we have seen that there are various technology that could be potentially used for Cambodia tourism development as well. Like here, the virtual assistant, the big data, the IoT, the Internet of Things, that would also be quite helpful for us. The 5G technology, hopefully we are going to have that 5G technology in Cambodia in the near future as well. And the chatbot, chatbot has been introduced in some services already in the country. Yeah, AI, the blockchain, the blockchain with regard to the
Sorry, we are cutting off again. That's actually probably one of the challenges we face, but we really want to do it live for you. We're not pre-recorded. We're not just trying to make it look perfect. So we're now cutting off from His Excellency Ian Savanarot. He's only half of his presentation. We're trying to reconnect back to him right now. Okay, so now he's coming back, reconnecting and setting up his presentation again. Sorry. All right, maybe while we're waiting, I can already introduce the next topic. No, I mean not going to the next topic, but just to let you know what are the topics lined up for this afternoon. All right. So let me look at my traditional way script here. That's why I asked for one. All right, so for the next topic, that would be Casstack. That's another interesting presentation. So that would be the next segment. And then also about Siem Reap, there will be Wonderpass presentation. I had the opportunity to work with Wonderpass once with the Ministry of Tourism, and it was pretty interesting and very advanced technology. There will be demonstration as well. That would be the next one. And then we will have another example as well, and that would be Eatypal, correct? Yep. And then we also will have somebody from Mekong Innovation for sustainable tourism. That is also another huge topic. And there will be also the discussion, which is a panel discussion on digitalization of travel industry. Well, that will be a little bit different because it's not going to be a presentation, but we will be joined by 3 important panelists that will discuss, chit-chat, and might be able to get some very important points. And then we also will be presentation of bank sector. That includes ACLEDA Bank, Trust Royal Bank. We'll have, and that's it. That will be for the afternoon. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There will be 7 other topics for this afternoon. Bear in mind that this is live, for real, not pre-recorded and then we say it live. So if there is any internet cut off, you will have to look at my face once in 10 minutes, 5 minutes. And this year CamTech is powered by Prudential. Thank you very much, Prudential, for all your support. And it's organized by the National Bank of Cambodia, Cambodia Association of Finance and Technology, Association of Bank in Cambodia, and another important organizer is Cambodia Microfinance Association. Microfinance serve people always. All right, now I was told that His Excellency Mr. Ieng Swannarat is back.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so sorry, because I'm not sure, because of the platform or what, but we have experienced some disconnection a few times already. Yeah.
It's all right, but this is a very important topic. So if you cut up 10 more times, I will reconnect you back 10 more times.
Yeah, okay, thank you, DJ Nana. Okay,
Thank
so
you,
hopefully
please
this
go ahead.
time I can finish my my points. Okay, so thank you. So I continue.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so I have as I have informed the audience about the various potential technology that could be utilized in Cambodian tourism sector development. To do so, we also need to make sure that our workforce are skillful enough to make use of those new technologies. So it's very important for us to continue to train our people, in terms of various capacity building program, digital literacy program, so on and so forth. Recently, earlier this year, we have also organized an international forum on smart tourism in Cambodia. The Ministry of Tourism, in collaboration with AFD, UNIDO, and Cambodia 4.0 Center, we have organized this international forum that focus mainly on how best we could utilize smart tourism development in Cambodia. Yeah, and we have been participated by various outstanding speakers from the UNWTO, from the global level to the regional level, from the ASEAN Secretariat, and also the different key players, local key players, both the public and private sector representative. And there are a few key statements that I would like to highlight here, that coordination is the key. If we would like to successfully develop smart tourism or digital tourism, or we need the coordinations. So PPP plus P, it's very important for us. Not just the public, the private partnership, but also the people, because the people, they are the one who do the job. They are the one who run the business. They are the one who manage the different tour package. They are the one who run the hotel, the restaurant, the tour operator. So all in all, we need all the key players on board together. And it's also very important to make sure that we would like to develop a smart but also sustainable tourism. Yeah, because sometimes it's smart but it's not sustainable. So it's very important to make sure that it's smart and sustainable. And digital education is very important, as I mentioned, because the people need skills, and skill. So reskilling, upskilling is all the main focus and the main priority of the Ministry of Tourism at the moment. We have been engaging with different stakeholders to run out the different digital literacy program that I will highlight later on. And we also need investment from the private sector, because they are the one who invest in the different services, to develop different products and also to organize different services to welcome the visitor. So startups in this case will also play a key role, in bringing in the innovative ideas, the innovative solutions to the sectors. Policy, from our side, from the ministry side, from the government side, we have adopted different policy. Just like DJ Nana mentioned also at the beginning of the session, the royal government has adopted the tourism master plan for Siem Reap development, a master plan for Siem Reap tourism development, that we have a long-term vision in developing Siem Reap to be a quality destinations. And with that regard, smart tourism is also a key aspect of the development in the area, and not only in Siem Reap, but in general, in the country wide, we have also adopted, different roadmap for tourism recovery from COVID-19, and recently, at the end of October, the royal government has adopted two new important strategic documents, namely the strategic plan on welcoming vaccinated tourism to the country, that we will start to open to welcome vaccinated tourists to Sihanouk Vale by the end of this month, by the end of this November as well. And to do so, we need to be ready, and digital solutions are one of the key areas that we are focusing on at the moment as well. Data, data is also important, because without data, we cannot do much. We cannot make use of the different technologies in the efficient way. So data is also very important. And last but not least, ecosystem. We need a fruitful ecosystem and enabling ecosystem that are beneficial, that would be quite beneficial for all the key stakeholders, not just the public, but also the private and the people. Yeah. So like I mentioned, we have been conducting digital literacy campaign in tourism sector. The Ministry of Tourism, in collaboration with the Union of Youth Federation of Cambodia and Cambodia 4.0 Center, we have organized this digital literacy training program, for various players in the tourism sector in the country, because we know that there are demand right now. So it's not an option anymore. We can say that it's a requirement, because even before COVID-19 crisis happened, as I mentioned, transformational impact on skills and job requirement in the tourism sector have been the case already, because of the IO 4.0. So we have to go along with the global trend, the regional trend, the tendencies at the regional level, and we have to be sure that we are not left behind. So to stay relevant, the destination need to adapt well to the new technology, to the new digital solution. Yeah. Plus, the COVID-19 crisis also stimulate this requirement even more higher than before, because right now, without the new technology, you cannot safely open your destination to welcome once again the international visitor to the country. So we have conducted this digital literacy campaign, especially for civil servants, the official of the Ministry of Tourism at the national level, as well as at the sub-national level for the different provincial department as well. And we have also, conducted training for business owner, for the employee, the private employee in the tourism sector as well. So we are going to, for your information as well, we are going to organize the official launching ceremony of our digital literacy campaign this Wednesday on the 10th to be presided over by His Excellency Dr. Thamkon, the Minister of Tourism, and His Excellency Hun Mani, the President of the Board of Cambodia 4.0 Center, and also the President of UYEFC as well. So within this digital literacy campaign in tourism, we focus mainly on 11 different modules that are the most important skills for Cambodia tourism, for smart tourism development in Cambodia, including the general digital literacy, the online payment, the QR code, because, it's very convenient for visitor, for clients, right now, all the transactions, we can make use of the online payment, the digital payment, cashless payment, So it's very important to make sure that relevant stakeholder, the people themselves, know how to best use all of this technology. Smart device, we also train about cloud storage, internet security, cyber security is also a key area of focus. Make sure that we can make use of the technology in a safe way, not to be, facing the threats from the cyber crimes. Data management, data analysis, data interpretation. This would be quite helpful for not only for policy makers at the national level, but also very helpful for business owner, for entrepreneur, to know how to make use of the data, to understand more about their client, their customer needs, requirements, to understand more about the evolutions of the markets, graphic design, digital marketing. It's very popular and also very demanding at the moment, So we need to make sure that our workforce know about all of these key areas. And last but not least, the digital entrepreneurship, So that's all from my side. I hope you all get a few informations, about what we have been doing and what we are trying to do. Try to develop digital tourism, smart tourism in Cambodia. And I think my key important message before I finish my intervention is that we need collaborations, of course. We need coordinations, a smooth coordinations, a fruitful coordinations between different players, different stakeholders, from the public side, the private side, the development partners, and also the various key players, and the people themselves, just like in this forum, So I hope that together we can build back better our Cambodia tourism for a brighter future of Cambodia Kingdom of Wonder. So I thank you all for your attentions, and hopefully, we can achieve together this smart tourism development in Cambodia. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, His Excellency and Suvarnarot. Thank you very much for your very important presentation. Like I said, this is very important topic, so we won't skip it. How many cut off? That's really better. And thanks for coming back after the cut off. This is very important subject, and I do miss traveling in Siem Reap. Oh my God, really need to go back to in front of Siem Reap and eat all the amazing food and see the Angkor Wat again. All right, now let's move to our next speaker. So our next speaker is the founder and a startup company that help retail shop, restaurants and social seller to automate getting order and high chat response rate through their own Facebook Messenger by providing quick setup chatbot ordering system, along with one-stop dashboard to have sell insight and manage orders, menu without any needs of technical knowledge and large budget. Ooh, I like that. To tell us more about this innovation product, let us all welcome Mr. Sat Soviret, the Casstack CEO and co-founder.
Good afternoon everyone from Phnom Penh, Cambodia. Today is my honor to be here to present about Casstack. Before I start, let me introduce a little bit about myself. My name is Sat Soviret, 20 years old, a senior student at ACLEDA Institute of Technology, major software engineering, and the CEO and co-founder of Casstack. I'm passionate on exploring new technology and try to bring it to solve society problem. Alright, I will tell you one story about my aunt. Last year, she had opened one small coffee shop at Phnom Penh along with a Facebook page to shop and order. At that time, she got many orders from the Facebook. So, she did many Facebook sales team to reply to the customer, which the process is manually and repeatedly. Many customers ask the same question every day, like, can I see the menu? How much of this? So it takes really long time to close the deal. However, the salary is really high, so she can afford only 2 staff. And sometimes she had many customer chat at the same time, so the chat response rate to the customer is dropped down. Some customers, they may not wait and they leave and chat to another shop. Moreover, she also considered by using technology to help, but she has no choice. Either pay should expand to be a mobile application or pay a high commission to food delivery, which is up to 30% of the revenue. Because of this problem, that's why we are here. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to a chatbot ordering system. So Casstack are a B2B software service business that offers solution by providing a chatbot ordering system to assist the shop owner to collect the order automatically and simultaneously from the customer by showing the menu with the price, asking customer information, and they are able to order specifically, not a general. Not only that, we also provide a full feature dashboard where the shop owner can manage the order process and the menu. Then it will immediately update on the chatbot to the customer. So this is our product process by shop owner accessing to a dashboard to creating the menu. Then the customer can start ordering on their Facebook page. And lastly, shop owner can manage the order through it. So I will show you a quick demo of it. Alright, I just screenshot some main part of the dashboard to show about our feature. So the first one is the order part. You can see the first row which is the basic analytic of total order, total user and the total order today. And below we have a 3 main stage: add the new order, processing and done. So when the new order coming, the shop owner will see it at the new order column. Also they can click it to see more detail of each order as well. After that they can move to the order from one stage to another stage, and the chatbot will update the status of the order to the customer. Another second main part is the product. The shop owner can create, update and delete the product or the menu easily, and it will immediately update into a chatbot in their Facebook page as well. And lastly, we also provide a setting part where they can fill some information about their shop, and at the first time they can link the Casstack chatbot into their Facebook page as well by just click one button. So you may wonder why we start with the Facebook Messenger. The reason that we start with it because we can see Cambodia is really have a good market opportunity. The first is the number of Facebook Messenger users in Cambodia, around 11 million users among 16 million population, and the other is the number of smartphone users. In the 2021, there are at least 15 million smartphones in Cambodia. So from this, we can see that everyone is now already have the Facebook, include the user and the shop, and they already familiar with the Facebook Messenger app more than other applications. These are our value proposition that we bring to our customer. We help the shop to get a high chat response rate and reduce workload because all the message will be replied by chatbot. Also, the shop can start connect with their Facebook page and using our chatbot within a day. No need to wait a long time. They no need to have a large budget or technical knowledge to use it. We will give a low-cost simple dashboard where they can manage it easily. And the most importantly, they can make decisions based on data-driven, like do marketing based on the sales insight. This one is really helpful for all the businesses. With Casstack, the business owner can start with us within a day with a billing flow and with affordable price. In order to make a company grow, we need to have a clear mission and vision. So our vision is to become a chatbot and analytics sales booster service provider. And our main mission is to grow customer-centric business by saving their time and resource with a chatbot on their social media platform. And we are not gonna stop just like this. Here is our product future plans. Now, we just provide a chatbot ordering system to capture COVID-19 and make product fit into the market. And in the 2022, we plan to make a one full solution support by having integration with online payment, loyalty program, and coupon. In the 2023, we expect to expand into more product and order channel than the Facebook, along with a KPI analytic that align with our vision. Moreover, we cannot make it happen without this team. With this team, Casstack achieved many things and able to show our product on different stages. We are a team with a diverse talent with a high commitment, innovative and creativity. Our inspiration as a team is to bring this new technology into society to help all SME to grow and increase Cambodia economy. We strongly believe that Cambodia can be one of the countries that use chatbot technology to improve their e-commerce industry and other sectors. And besides from our team, we have a good ecosystem where we have endless supply of young tech resources from KIT, our sales partner with A2A Digital, and our advisory and support from Room. Today, we also have special offer to all the restaurants, the shop, and even the hotel if you have internal food order. We will provide a 1-month trial for free using our chatbot ordering system. If you are interested, want to support our journey, please register through the link in the slide so our team will contact you, and don't forget to mention this promotional code. So, if you are looking forward to get automatically order with a full solution, look no further than Casstack chatbot ordering system. And please check our website casstack.com or our Facebook page for more information. Thank you for your timing. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vidya, for the presentation. It was actually a pretty nice promotion at the end. And I probably become your customer. I mean, when you started to say that, you know, you have this shop, very difficult to get full-time staff, it's like, okay, is he speaking to me? Because I'm facing actually exact same problem right now. Okay, and hopefully with the information here, I mean, you all know that it's very important. So get yourself communicated with Vidya, who have just did the presentation earlier. Now, let's move to our next presenter. Digitalization play a very, very important role in traveling right now. Search for the best hotel, food, other local activity were made easy with all tourism app made available. The burst of smart ticketing has been making every traveler journey more safe and stress-free. So to present more about Wonderpass and Cambodia tourism app, with us today is somebody from Wonderpass here with me, and Mr. Jeff is actually right here, so I'm sure there will be no technical error. All right, so I hand over the floor to Mr. Jeff Laflamme, if I'm not right. Okay, all right, the floor is yours.
Thank you, DJ Nana. My name is Jeff, and I would like to introduce you to Wonderpass and our smart tourism solutions. The current situation, as we know, and what are the technologies we are using now, and what are the smart tourism solutions that Wonderpass want to introduce to you, and how we plan to support the ecosystem. As you know, it's obvious we experienced 95% less tourists in Cambodia in 2021. And the aftermath of this pandemic for Cambodia is still yet to be understood. But we cannot afford to wait any longer. So the question is how we can quickly recover in the smartest way. How can we recover these smiles who made the people of Cambodia even more famous than the temples? This one, we all know it, the famous QR code. So it's the new normal, but it's a really, really old technology. These wonderful pieces of technologies are enabling a lot of actions in Cambodia, a lot of interactions, and even access to premises. But as every technologies as we have seen in the previous presentation, we can experience security issues. So that's why we need to pay extra attention to what is shared using technologies. And for example, in QR codes, you should not share your personal information on social media showing your QR codes, as other countries have experienced, showing the vaccination QR code certificates live on TV. But apart from that, what is Wonderpass? The reason I'm here today is that a few months before the pandemic, I was pulled into a new idea with my co-founder, Frédéric Prou, another French Canadian, and providing smart tourism marketplace connected through an app and a wristband like the one I'm wearing now. Innovative ways to get extra visitors and revenues for tourism specialists. This example shows how you would attend to an event using Wonderpass. You will browse tickets using the app, finding an event on the marketplace that you like, purchasing it through local payment options or international credit cards, and then simply present yourself to the event. But in the meantime, you could also receive notifications about changes to the event, any type of notifications. As well, most event organizers will provide fast check-in lanes, and so you can basically skip the queues. So this is very, very convenient, and we're really proud of it. For the organizers, this means having access to live data on dashboards, push notifications for their participants, and instant promotion. So imagine you attending to a super concert, and the promoter decide to give a free beer to everyone. So you will receive a push notification, go redeem your beer at the beer booth. So this is the kind of thing that these technologies enable us to do. But how this can be used technically? So you could use them at the gym, at visiting a site, and these technologies are enabling faster document verifications and checking process. So even at a hotel, they could enroll you and enable a fast check-in just by scanning your wristband. Contactless and cashless. But what about the security that we mentioned earlier? This is also concerning, and it should be concerning for most companies handling. So our wristbands are, or RFID stickers, as we see on the presentation, ensure a high level of security. They are weatherproof and do not require any batteries. They are using a similar technology as the one on your bank card. So now you have a tap to pay on your credit card. So we're basically using the same technologies, RFID or NFC. For merchants, my microphone is cutting. For merchants using normal phones who don't have our Wonderpass scanners, they could use a normal phone scanning a QR code like everyone are used to in Cambodia. The only difference is on our applications, the QR code will be generated only one time. So they will be dynamic. I mean, they will change every time you will have your application scanned. So a step forward, better security and privacy. As well, something that we're really, really, really proud of, Wonderpass has signed an MOU earlier this year with the Royal Government of Cambodia through the Ministry of Tourism leadership on reopening the country and welcoming international tourism, namely digitalization of tourism, what we call smart tourism. The goal is to provide smart tourism and even tech solutions to the royal government, accelerating the recovery of tourism for Cambodia while improving travelers' experience in Cambodia, be it cashless transactions, contactless interactions, and faster access to experiences. From concerts to discovering Cambodia's beauty and ecotourism, a fast-track experience for two-day tourism needs. So we can see on this current slide, we have, coming back, sorry. So as we can see on the current slide, we are partnering with the Ministry of Tourism for the International Sea Games in terms of event ticketing and organization and registration, as well as the Southeast Asian Sailing Championship that will happen in Siem from the 12th to the 17th of December. Something that we really worked hard on, and we are ready. So you can visit the website seasailing.org It's also enabled by the Olympic Committee. Sorry. Next, but how can we support the ecosystem? How can we make a difference? How can we change something that was done before or was not done before? And it's the reason why we do this. By creating a network empowering both merchants and travelers, Wonderpass create a unique way for tourism professionals to get additional revenues. Not only commissions on selling wristbands or stickers, but getting access to crucial analytics about the frequentation of their businesses by tourists and the areas where they are located. So, microphone, okay. Empowering tourism, how? So Wonderpass, as we have seen before, is mainly a marketplace, enabling domestic and international tourists or travelers to discover new activities such as ecotourism, resorts, events, concerts, and even professional vouchers to get a free coffee or a free beer somewhere. And we are working with sport clubs to add memberships and even gyms, so enabling to have a single wristband or a sticker to access their premises, so you don't have to carry about 10 cards of memberships or loyalty with you. For suppliers, it means an easy way to accept new clients and digital payments, because in Cambodia, we still have a lot of informal businesses who cannot apply to accept Visa or MasterCards, for example. They are legit businesses, but sometimes it's complicated. So what we can do is we can accept payments on their behalf and do settlements. As well, this will enable merchants, as we have seen before, to get additional data and analytics to understand their customers and also how to attract new customers. But the reason why we're doing this is to create something very, very different, and it's called recurring opportunities. So what is recurring opportunities, or what are recurring opportunities, and why the merchants should care? So as we can see on the screen, we enable commissions, resellers to earn commissions, not only when they're selling the wristbands, but also on all the other following transactions. So let's take an example, because we're in the segment of Siem Reap, a city that I loved and I lived in for 7 years. Imagine you're a small guest house and you rely on your customer stays to make an income. So not only you will get revenue when they buy a wristband, but you will also get revenue when they are not at your guest house and they're doing other transactions, buying other tickets for concerts or doing something else. You will get a share of commissions for having onboarded them. So this is, for us, it's a very game changer, and this is what we would like to promote to recover tourism. Another thing is these merchants will have access to our dashboard. This dashboard will show the amount of wristbands they have sold, existing settlements, and also revenues from their affiliate sales. In summary, Wonderpass offers an advantage to everyone. So we have attractive solutions for tourists, fast and convenient and secure payments, data to understand, which we didn't have before. So we don't have much data right now in Cambodia about the frequentation per provinces or the type of activities or age group, etc. So by using Wonderpass, we'll be able to understand this data and share it with the merchants. So in clear, it's also an increase of revenue for the merchants and resellers. And last not the least, Samakun. I hope this presentation was able to give you a glimpse, a glimpse of what we're working on for the future of tourism, and for a country who deserves to show even bigger smiles than before. Thank you for attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jeff, for your presentation. All right, that was actually a very, very insightful presentation of Wonderpass. Thank you very much for investing in Cambodia. Thank you for bringing new technology here to Cambodia so that we experience Well, actually, we were about to experience anyway, but COVID-19 have actually really pushed us to practice and use technology even earlier. Now, we have our next presenter. Let me formally introduce him first, and then maybe we can chit-chat later because there are a team here. Next topic is about online food marketplace. Actually, I love the idea so much, but it doesn't help that I want to cook at all. I haven't cooked for 25 years, and then COVID comes, and then I have a little bit of time, but then bam, food app is everywhere, so I didn't need to cook until now. Alright, so especially during the pandemic, convenience, safety are the two most important considerations in every household. Now, startup restaurant and food delivery apps are connecting more hungry customers like myself and home kitchens. So, Eatypal,
yes.
Okay. It's just one of the latest food delivery app in Cambodia. Now, we have Mr. Andre here with your two assistants. Thanks for joining us. You want to take us through what it is?
Yes. So thank you and hello. My name is Andres and I'm founder of Eatypal. And here is my team.
Hello, my name is Raydan. That's Raydan? Yes. I'm standing here at Eatypal. Okay, hello everybody. My name is Haymani and I'm a law officer at Eatypal.
So Eatypal is a marketplace that connects hungry customers and home kitchens. It's like Airbnb for food experience.
Next presentation, please.
Presentation.
1 second. Yep, right here. There's your presentation.
So we have customer who have a problem. And customer have a problem, like I experienced this by myself. Where to find authentic homemade food which is approved quality. Or industrialized cafes and restaurants don't have personal touch. Also, sometimes customers want to meet new people, just don't want to eat alone. And there is no app for social food experiences. Other party is home chefs. So home chefs don't have output for passion. For example, I have cooking skill at home and just want to earn a little bit extra money, but I don't know how. Or I want to make business to the next level, just opening cafe or restaurant is very expensive. We have solution. Eatypal app for customers can discover authentic cuisine, explore food experiences, and meet new people at the same time. With our app, everyone can start earning money as a home chef. It's like a tool to start business easily by doing what you love. Our customer is mostly person who likes to discover authentic food and experiences. It can be tourists, local and foreigners, and of course food lovers. Home chefs can be also locals or expats. For example, if you want to earn money by making food, then you can just start with our platform. If you are expat and living in another country, you know very well how to make any dish, then you can join our platform. Our platform, our app is easy. Our user interface is intuitive. We also show photos of the chef, and our specialty, our uniqueness is at the map view where everybody can explore and find the closest home kitchen themselves. Since we started our business in pandemic time, so we had to adopt. Yes, we are offering delivery. That's why market size, we just consider delivery, and it's big enough. We have a lot of competitors. That's why we decided to group them by types. For example, restaurants, home kitchens, cloud kitchens, delivery apps. Our specialty is home kitchen, because this nobody else have. And we do also location strategy, that we will find home kitchens where are the customers. Our monetizing is easy. We will take 10 to 30% of each transaction. We have big ambitions. First 2 years, we want to grow in Cambodia, maybe even less. So we develop our systems and operations. After that, we want to expand to ASEAN countries, and in 5th year, we want to conquer the world. Our go-to-market strategy is easy. We will build chefs community first. It means we do advertising in Facebook, in Google. We also look to the groups, like Telegram groups, Facebook groups, and we use word-to-mouth marketing. When we have chefs, then we will train them a little bit. We will validate, we will check is the kitchen suitable. Then we will install app and we test. Of course, at the same time, we are launching pre-launch campaign, which means we are collecting customers' contacts already. When everything's ready, then we will launch. We do marketing already today. And we have different marketing channels like online, offline, and SMS. Our traction. We started around 1 year ago. Of course, we had many obstacles and challenges due to COVID and other things. But we managed to get our MVP running this year, and our first paying customer was this year, January. Due to lockdown, we had to restart. So we developed our own platform, and we started again this year, September. We had by the end of the September around 100 app downloads, and by the end of this year, we want to have 1,000 app downloads. Our team is small but dedicated. I'm really sure we will take Eatypal to the next level. Here today, we are looking for home chefs, partners, and investors. Now, a few questions some people ask from us. Today we are already operating, and why our app is very similar to any other delivery app? Yes, we have answer. Because we started in pandemic time, so we had to adopt, and we are today doing food delivery. And also working with already existing restaurants for us is much more easier, because we are also learning from them. But step by step, we are moving towards our original idea, and we are collecting home chefs already. The second question is about food safety. Yes, we thought about this. We have checklists and procedures and documentation for that. So don't worry, the food is good quality. And for the end, I can just say that this is not only for explorers, but we are looking when Cambodian borders are open, and we are welcoming every tourist to use our app. Thank you.
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទ Call by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
កាន់តែងាយស្រួលជាមួយកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទដៃ AMK Mobile App លោកអ្នកអាចបញ្ចូលលុយទូរស័ព្ទបង់វិក្កយបត្រកាត់ភ្លើងសម្រាមឬវិក្កយបត្រផ្សេងៗព្រមទាំងពេលលុយទៅកាន់សាច់ញាតិនិងដកប្រាក់តាមភ្នាក់ងារ AMK ទូទាំងប្រទេស Download និងចុះឈ្មោះប្រើប្រាស់ឥឡូវនេះសម្រាប់ព័ត៌មានបន្ថែម023
này cũng thấy cô bông ở đây bàn tay online cho nên mình cầm tu tôi là hơi mỏng tử tu tôi tầm em có những nè tao Philippines với sữa Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị trôi lấy cá form miệng xem nên lấy code OTP bên ấy chỉ ca sẽ cho Philippines với sữa Mastercard nó Apple ban lấy cái nào nhưng ai tên tụi này lừa online với Facebook page nên cái công sản lừa online ban chọn tiết thôi Philippines Virtual Mastercard, your world of possibility.
Chàng ta lại bông. Chàng bông chạy chàng ta lại chàng tính bông. Chàng kể chàng nhung chàng lôi ta mẹ.
Trong bao cả này mấy ta mình pay mà nè. Cho nên cái Philip mình sẽ vào cầm bao cả này đó tí cần lại. Để kêu tiếp chọn chỉ môi nâng ata sinh nhật bán, really khất trong đánh. Mình tới cả ai cái sa chán, nâng mình tới cả bạc nằm con. Nghi sủa rồi hạt toán chật. Ai có thể bạc đã kết lái, bằng cả nị mất, nông cá tu tuật tụm ninh online, nâng sẽ vào cầm xem chỉ chán tiền.
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរ
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ ACLEDA Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ ACLEDA Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
ACLEDA ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាព
សម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Cetra Royal សមមតសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ 2008 ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្តល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្តល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវប័ណ្ណឥណពន្ធនិងប័ណ្ណឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យ នឹងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំង
Thank you very much, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Let's continue our afternoon session of the CamTech Summit 2021. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Mekong Innovation in Sustainable Tourism was launched by the Asian Development Bank and the Mekong Tourism Coordinating Council in 2017. In short, MIST program aims to expedite the tourism industry growth, create ecosystem that inspires innovation, and promotes sustainability in tourism. Joining us today to present more about MIST program is the Chief Marketing Officer of Destination Mekong, which is the private sector side of the Mekong Tourism Framework. He is also Managing Director of UNWTO, affiliate member, Chameleon Strategy, and Innovative Strategy Think Tank incorporated in Bangkok, Vancouver, and Hong Kong. Let us all welcome Mr. Gerrit Grucker.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to talk to you today about Destination and about the importance of innovations for the tourism sector in the years to come. Let me first thank Veena and her team from the Cambodian Association of Finance and Technology and congratulate them for this wonderful event. I just logged in and it all looks very great, actually. Maybe I start by giving you a little bit of a background information, even though you gave information already just now. Destination Mekong is the private sector side of the Mekong Tourism Framework. So we have the public sector side, which is the Mekong Tourism Coordinating, which is the secretariat of the 6 Mekong governments, which is Cambodia, People's Republic of China, Laos, Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam. And they formulate the sector strategy, the tourism sector strategy, and Mekong represents the private sector side. And we were formed to execute the program and champion the Mekong region as a sustainable and inclusive tourism destination. And we're here to create value for all stakeholders. And our stakeholders are anyone, small businesses from tuk-tuk drivers to restaurants or retail shops to large hotel chains and attractions. And we're doing this by creating programs, by spearheading innovations, and by being inclusive, by creating collaboration between the public and the private sector across the 6 countries. And we want to engage travelers and also businesses, stakeholders through storytelling, through authentic experiences. And the programs we are creating and the solutions we are creating, they have to be engaging, they have to be inclusive, they have to be sustainable, they have to build capacity and really create an understanding of diversity and the uniqueness of the region and contribute to social equality and poverty reduction. So how do we do that? Before I get to MIST, we just had our second Destination Mekong Summit 2 weeks ago, and you can, I think you see the URL on the screen now, so you can still go to our website, watch it actually. Destination Mekong Summit was an event where we presented about the countries presented and our Mekong tourism expert groups presented on certain topics. And it was also the event where we announced the winners of our MIST program. And I get to the MIST program in a while. Important, I think, is the theme of the program. I'm not sure if you can see this. It might be it's a little blurry here, but the theme of the program was restart, reform, rebalance. And this is, in our opinion, the way to reopen the region for tourism again. So restarting tourism in a sustainable way is at the heart of our strategy. So policies have to be introduced to allow safe travel to the Mekong region, but at the same time have a focus on building capacity and opportunities for people working in the tourism and travel industry. So we have to we are already all reopening. Some countries already reopening. If you look into Vietnam, we look into Cambodia and Thailand, especially, which was just in the news, reopening beginning of this month. So the opportunities have to be there to make money to run their business. But this is not enough. We have to look into reforming the industry and look into how can we do things different. How can we leverage innovations in technology, in data, in digital media to make tourism better. We have to rethink tourism. We are new ways of doing business and to use smart tourism innovations. And this is basically where everyone here can play their part to collaborate with private and public sector to make tourism better in the future. But we're not looking only into technology here. We're also looking into how social enterprises have an important role to play in innovation, to innovate experiences and to create a social impact. Because new destination marketing and management needs to be created, and this has to be through public-private partnerships at the core. And that's where we come in, and that's where all of you basically come in the future. So we have created the MIST program in 2017. It was created by the Mekong Tourism Coordinating Office, so the public side of the tourism framework, and with support from the Asian Development Bank. At that time, MIST stood for Creative Startups in Tourism, so it was a pure startup accelerator program. However, it evolved over time to the Mekong Innovations in Sustainable Tourism Program to look into all kinds of innovations and not necessarily only technology. And the goal is to find innovations that can benefit the tourism sector in the region with 3 tracks. So if we look into MIST last year, I'm not sure who of you attended, but MIST last year was quite big. We had a big event at that year. You could still go out and have events, but this year it was all virtual, and we did MIST basically in 3 tracks. We had a launch track, which is really for startups, for programs that are private sector and are new, are innovative. Then we have a project track, which is for project innovations by big companies, by students, or by NGOs, etc. And then we have a growth track, which is really innovations by established companies that need to grow. So MIST this year, as we said, is over already. So just to give you announce to you who the winners are again, we announced them at our event 2 weeks ago. So the winner in the launch track Yindi, which is a program helps reduce food waste in Thailand. The project track winner was Asset Agency in Vietnam, which helps communities in the area of education. And the winner of the growth track was from Myanmar, is Do Ain Heritage Properties. And we're going to relaunch MIST again soon, next year. And obviously, we hope that you participate in the program. But getting back to the theme, why are innovations so important? Why do we have to reform tourism? Why we have to look into doing things differently? This is the third part of this strategy. and that is rebalance. Only after reforming, after looking into innovations, we can look into rebalancing tourism. Rebalance is about taking the UN Sustainable Development Goals as to guide the policies, and to see that tourism does not go back to the old unbalanced level. Through collaboration with all stakeholders and creating win-win situation, we can establish a much better tourism economy that benefits everyone. So balanced tourism provides experiences for travelers on one side, but on the other side, it respects local communities and the environment and cultures. And this is basically the gist out of it. We need innovations to bring tourism forward, to create a better environment for all our countries, for communities. I actually had a slide for that. Yeah. So what we are looking into, the path for tourism restart, is, first of all, businesses need to be engaged, because we want the destination to keep on top of mind of travelers. We need to build capacity for businesses to react to a changing market, and we need to have this digital transformation where we hope that you all will come in and work with the tourism sector to create benefits we need in the future. Important is that we generate revenue, that businesses quickly we create a sustainable economy for the businesses sustain in the long term. And I think if we all work together and create this kind of win-win and collaborate, we can create a much better tourism economy in the future. And this is, I think, what I want to impart on everyone here. When you think about innovation, when you think about the programs you develop, don't only think in silos. Always think about partnerships. How can you benefit communities? How is it sustainable? That's very important nowadays. How is my solution inclusive? How do I help communities? How do I help people who are less fortunate? And how do I fit into the overall economy, the overall structure, social structure as well in the region? We have one program which is called the Experience Mekong Collection, where we have 350 businesses that are members. And these are all small businesses, sustainable businesses. And when I talk to them especially, it's always very heartening to talk to these partners we have, because they work with, for example, with blind people. They work with children. They work with in regions where people need help, and to listen to people who are engaged through helping others is always very it's always very positive. So I want you all to also go out and talk to people and see how you can help communities, because there's also energy for your innovations, and especially also when you are a startup and you might sit in your office and work on your technology development all day long. It's good to step out sometimes in the real world and see how can I help through my innovations communities and the whole social structure overall. So with that, thank you all, and I think I hope that the event is successful and that you're learning a lot. And I look forward to welcoming those from overseas, to welcoming you all to the Mekong region, and those from the Mekong regions go out, visit your attractions, experience new regions in your neighborhood, and support small businesses all over the Mekong region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guger, for your participation in our CamTech Summit 2021. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was slightly a little bit blurry, but we were trying hard and we could understand with your clear explanation. So thank you very much. Now for the next segment, it's going to be a little bit different. There will be a panel discussion, if I'm not mistaken. So we will be hearing a little bit deeper on the discussion. With the advance of technological advancement and rapid digitalization, all travel companies have avoided geographical barriers and are adopting online methods to approach their clients and stay on business. I mean, COVID-19 was unplanned. We were not prepared for that at all. When it first hit the world and in Cambodia, we were like, yeah, okay, let's adjust ourselves for like 2 weeks, 1 month, or maybe 2 months, maybe 3 months. But then it just keep going and going and going. And now we are almost 2 years in the pandemic. However, we're now reopening up again with majority of the population has been vaccinated, myself included, and everyone here. Actually, before we did the event, everybody have to did a rapid test, including myself. But that's just our new normal. So we have the moderator here in the studio with us, but then we'll be joining by other panels online, right? Okay. It's live, so we are adjusting a little bit on the setting here right now, so please stay tuned. Okay, we will back in 5 minutes.
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មកងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
កាន់តែងាយស្រួលជាមួយកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទដៃ AMK Mobile App លោកអ្នកអាចបញ្ចូលលុយទូរស័ព្ទបង់ពីកាយប័ត្រកាត់ភ្លើងសម្រាមឬពីកាយប័ត្រផ្សេងៗព្រមទាំងពេលលុយទៅកាន់សាច់ញាតិនិងដកប្រាក់តាមភ្នាក់ងារ AMK ទូទាំងប្រទេស Download និងចុះឈ្មោះប្រើប្រាស់ឥឡូវនេះសម្រាប់ព័ត៌មានបន្ថែម
Này cũng thấy có bông ở trên bàn tao online cho nên Mekong tu tôi là hơi mong tới tu tôi tạm ngang với những nhẹ tao Philippines với sữa Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị cho lấy cá phong miệng xem nên lấy code OTP cho nên chị cha sẽ cho Philippines với sữa Mastercard Apple ban lấy cái hả nhưng ai tin cái này lừa online với Facebook hết nên ca cũng sang lừa online ban chọn tiết rồi Philippines Virtual Mastercard Your World of Possibility.
Cha ta lên bông. Cha bông cha em ta lại chẳng tin bông. Cha cái trên nhung cha lôi đã mẹ.
Trong បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដោយគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Welcome back everyone. I have just promised you earlier that we are going to have a panel discussion. So wait no more. I'm now introducing the panel discussion for this afternoon. So this afternoon we will have a panel discussion to discuss more about digitalization of travel industry and its cooperation with fintechs. Gracing today is our moderator. So I would like to first introduce and welcome our moderator for this segment. This is Mr. Mohammad Saeed Sohaid, the Brand and Digital Marketing Director of Wing Bank Cambodia PLC.
Hi, good afternoon everyone.
First, before handing over the floor to you, we have Mr. Kasef Rahman, founder. Okay, now we also have another speaker, Mr. Longda Chia, the founder and CEO of Wonderpass. Thank you very much for joining us from your office. And we have Mrs. Chitka Mokova, the Cambodian Program Lead of 5000 Global. Alright, so here are our moderators and the panelists for this segment. So I would like to hand over the floor now to the moderator. Please take away.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We are hoping to start a wonderful discussion, which will definitely help all the listeners and the participants who have been in this CamTech summit. And welcome you all. Before getting into any introduction or any details, we'll just directly jump into today's agenda. One by one. First of all, as you know, the idea is about digitization of travel industry and also pre and post COVID impact of that. in Cambodia and also across the region, whether it's South Asia or Southeast Asia or globally. What's the impact of that? We all know that how it has been suffered. So to start the discussion, I would require all these three speakers to share their view on this as a to start the discussions. So I'll request first Mr. Kashif. Will you share your views?
Sanjit, can you repeat that again? What should I, what sort of views you need for the discussion panel, or can I have the question
So
again? I'm
it's
sorry, I missed
our
out.
topic is digitization of travel industry and the pre-COVID and post-COVID impact. So to start the discussion, you can share your view first, and we'll take the view all of the speakers. Then we
Perfect.
will deep dive into the discussions.
Okay. First of all, thank you so much giving me an opportunity here to have discussion on the pre and post COVID, especially on the travel industry. I'm honored to be here. Uh, the to be honest, like the for the Bangladesh aspect, like I don't have the much experience on the global, right? By what I've read, but in the context of Bangladesh, for the travel industry, it hurt a lot, but it also helps us, especially for the onlines, right? To digitalize, we actually lived in way forward for 5 years. It's not only the OTAs or the travel industries, but it's also for the e-commerce and others, where we have seen the rise, like the compared to 2019, if you look at the numbers of 2020 and onwards 2021, it has been significantly grown a lot. So I would say it's in a sense to digitalize anything, right? For either it can be travel, it can be e-commerce, it can be anything. It's when it comes to online, it's actually it's we got a push in, and COVID actually forced us, not only the us, like our earlier generation, to learn a lot of things, how to do it online and everything. So that's kind of like blessing in disguise. And what happened here, if you look at the numbers, like the one of the key factors of the segments, like per year, per month, and per year, before COVID, the market share for the OTAs were even less than 10%. But even if last month segments, the we all the OTAs like who are using the technologies right now is actually where it has grown almost double. It's more than 20% on the overall market share, where so you understand how it grows, and it's going to grow further. So, and again, the Bangladesh government also has a mandate, right? You, Sanjit, you know pretty well the Digital Bangladesh, right? So they have force there. So it's a blessing for us as for the startup, especially for the startup or who are focusing on the I would say like technology and digitalize it, right? So it's a again, I would say like it's a kind of blessing in disguise, but it will help us to grow further. So that's it from my side. Sanjit, we can't
you're
hear
on
you.
mute.
We can't hear
Hello,
you.
can you hear me
Yeah,
clearly?
now
Yeah.
it's good.
Thank you for your initial thoughts about the topic, and it's really helpful. Now I'll jump into my other speaker, Mr. Langda, who has been the founder and CEO of Book My Bus, and I just want to share you from a consumer perspective. When I first came in Cambodia, it was really an alarming experience for me to book anything online, and when I reached out to your platform, it was an amazing experience. And from then there on, I have always used Book My Bus for any kind of vehicle rent, for any kind of travel outside Phnom Penh. So how does your what's your thought, and how does you think that digitization in travel industry and also pre and post COVID that has been impacted in Cambodia specifically, or also if you want to add any regional or global perspective?
Thanks, Sajid.
First of all, thanks for having me, and secondly, thanks for using Book Me Bus service. It's Book Me Bus actually. Yeah, so we've been in the market for about 6 years now, and we have done a lot of digitalization, luckily, to help transforming bus operator, transport operator, taxis, and ferry operator to go online. So then they are luckily, kind of like when the border is open just 3 days ago, they are ready to serve again. But with very little things that we can do over the last 2 years, that there are with travel restrictions, the slowdown of tourism, international tourist arrival in Cambodia, and nothing much we can do with the lockdown and quarantine stuff. So just 3 days ago, the government of Cambodia has announced the reopen of the domestic travel. People can travel freely thanks to the vaccination rate that Cambodia has achieved. That almost 100% have been vaccinated for their second dose. And the government also right now try to push the travel sandbox in Siem and Mekong, and travel bubble with the neighboring country like in Thailand. So Thai people can come to Cambodia with less travel restriction, and they can those who want to visit the island like Koh Island, they can just go there and without the 4 week quarantines and stuff when they arrive at Siem or Koh. Right now, we start to see the supply side start to be overwhelmed. Not only hotel at some destinations where, so in Cambodia we are having a long holidays coming soon where some of the hotel already fully booked by now with the water festival that we are celebrating soon, and not different from hotel industry. With the bus thing right now, most of our partner have sold their fleet already, and right now to when it's bounced back, they have to start hiring again. The stuff that they laid off and the fleet they already sold. So we start to see those things right now, and we also notice that there's a little different in travel, how people travel. During this pandemic, people start to prefer a bit more on cleanliness and safety, where they put on their first priority. So that's we are very lucky that our driver are fully vaccinated, and we also work closely with our bus partner to keep this safety. We even put the seal, between the driver and the passenger seat, and we also not like before, like when you experience before the pandemic, most of the bus operator trying to squeeze passengers so that they can make more money. But right now, don't do that anymore. People start to educate of this in order to acquire the domestic market, because no more international tourists would be the main customer, so that they have to care about customer safety first. Yes, so that's it from my side.
Thank you, Lengda, and it was amazing the journey of Book Me Bus, and I knew that some of your Japanese investors are there also, which means you have good focus, because when you have a Japanese investor on your board, that means you are thoroughly checked on all these aspect of growth. So best of wishes for all those, and now I'll ask Jitka, who is a good old friend. We met several times in several occasions, and she's a sport. She actually is driving 500 startup, and also in across different industries in Cambodia, and it's a pleasure to have you on board. share your thoughts. Feel free to add anything from a regional or global perspective.
Yeah, so thank you very much for having me here today. I think for me, this is actually much more personal than many of you might know. So Langda knows, I'm sitting here both as the program lead for 500 startups, but also startup founders who has spent 3 years building a startup in travel industry in Cambodia. And one of the few and many startups globally that have had to close down due to COVID. And so as a startup founder, I spent 3 years building a startup, and 2020 for us was going to be the year of growth and expansion to the region, moving out of Cambodia. And we, as a startup that was primarily focused on connecting international visitors to Cambodian local experiences and homestays, we were really heavily hit by the first wave of COVID, and then it kind of never really reopened up for us. And so, I kind of very on first hand have had personal experiences of being the CEO of a startup that suddenly has been hit by COVID, and having to really rethink our future as a business, trying to see if we could adapt to the local domestic market, but also how could we exist in a space where we could potentially put both our customers but also our suppliers, local communities, local homestays at risk by bringing unvaccinated tourists to them. And we have actually made a decision in the middle of last year, after 6 months of trying to figure out when is the end of COVID going to come, and realizing that it's not going to be anytime this year, anytime next year. We've made it the very sad decision as a startup to close our doors to international tourists. And so I feel like it's a very personal conversation for me in terms of how that COVID impacted the tourism industry in Cambodia. On the other hand, in my kind of second hat that I'm wearing here as a program lead for 500 startups, in the last year I've worked with increasing number of young startup founders looking at tourism and hospitality businesses, and how can we use what has happened during COVID as opportunity for them. And I think what's really interesting is that there is a huge appetite, I think, in Cambodia particularly, because the tourism industry is so well known, so it's established, to kind of find new business opportunity for startups to come into the space, but also thinking about potentially very different ways for doing business post-COVID. And so I think this is something that's, I think it's everybody's forefront. It's kind of how do we change what we used to do and make it different. I think we see a lot more high-tech solution being looked at. I think historically we've seen in Cambodia lots of startups looking at marketplaces. And I think that's still kind of happening, but I see a lot more startups coming into our program looking, are there opportunities for developing a solution in terms of software as a service that could be utilized in hospitality and tourism businesses. We have a lot more young people coming in with ideas around kind of virtual tour, kind of using AI in tourism, using data in tourism to improve some of the tourism experiences, but also really thinking about how do we travel more safely, and potentially how do we create new experiences for tourists to engage with, even, and I think what we've seen, all of us seen, and many of us during COVID lockdown, been sitting on a Zoom, but also a lot of us watch on YouTube lots of the virtual tours that have been created by, private tour operators, governments, art galleries around the world. And so I do think there are lots of new opportunities, and I think, a few years ago, none of us would ever thought about, should we have a virtual tour of Angkor Wat? And I think a lot of these new kind of experiences provide a great opportunity for startups coming to the space, and almost they're kind of pure because they haven't experienced the pre-COVID tourism. So they're coming with very new ideas, open-minded, totally fresh, and thinking, we have had this new opportunity, and what can we do with it? And so I do feel like I have had a very difficult 6 months of 2020 as the CEO of a tourism startup, but as a kind of lead for Angkor 500, I also see lots of new opportunities and different ways of reopening Cambodia, and serving our customers in a different way. So I hope that out of COVID in the next few years, we will see a new ideas flourishing in the tourism and hospitality industry and improving the industry as a whole, I think, both for the customers but also for the people working in the industry.
Amazing insight, Jitka. I think this is very helpful. I think going back to the first point, as we discussed, I think how regulations or government can actually support in this space of digitization. And that's where I really want Mr. Langer. I am expecting your response on this. That how regulations and government should respond to this kind of digitization for helping to survive the tourism industry.
Thanks, Ajit. It's a great question. Of course, all tourism businesses really need a big help. Been suffering, for almost 2 years, um, and not only with the transportation side, but also with the travel agents as a whole, accommodation, hotels, tour guide and stuff. We all have to seek for funding. Even travel startup like myself, it was very suffer to seek new funding from investor. At that time, we knock almost everyone door, investor door, and no one's willing to listen. Because during the uncertainty of the bounce back of the travel, there's no one want to take the risk. They want to put their money somewhere else. So we have tried a lot to survive, and I guess not only startup like myself, but the tourism business need a big help from government. So first of all, it would be the making the less restriction with the international tourist arrival to visit Cambodia, because domestic traveler is good, but it's still not enough for us. While with the before the pandemic, we really have our tourism industry is really on the rise. We have received millions, almost I think almost 6 million back in 2019. I think 6 7 millions at that time, and a big growth from the previous year 2018. So we need more international tourists to come to Cambodia, and with the help from the government to help making more partnership with countries. First would be the neighboring country like Thailand, Vietnam, which our government already doing. Of course, we want to open up more to other countries as soon as possible. And regarding the funding, I think it's very important, for our business to sustain, to survive through this economy slowdowns. Even travel start to bounce back, but the expert says it would take at least 1 or 2 years more to be like before. So to do this, we need to make sure that we stay alive, and with some operation of our operation is at a loss, and we already see with some of our partner when the government start to open the country, and then they have to take loans to buy back their fleet, to hire staff, to reopen their branch and stuff, and all of this need money, and even the wheels start to run again, but it's not fully capacity like before. Like with the 15 seats of the minivans, the occupancy rate would not be more than 20% right now, and so and while transportation remains as the the core element of the tourism because it transports people from place to place, from Phnom City to the island to a temple in Siem Reap and stuff. So transportation is very important, and I believe that the government might be already planning. Especially, I heard the news with the SME bank to provide loan for SME without collateral or unsecured loan something. So that's a good news. But as a tourist business or tour agents, we really need more help, especially in terms of funding. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. That was really overwhelming information, and it's really great to know that government and regulations are supporting on those aspects for the growth of tourism industry. Now, another important point is behavioral approach. That we all understand digitization can happen in platform or technology side, but there is another aspect of behavioral approach, that how you change the behavior of a consumer who was using traditional channels for any kind of tourism services, how they are adopting those. I would like to request Mr. Kashyap to have a give his views on how that can be achieved for across any region, any country, because behavioral approach is same in different country, but in different aspect, but it's the same problem for every country, right? Mr. Kashyap, please. You are on mute.
Yeah, so sorry. Thank you, Sanjit. Yeah, thank you, Sanjit. I'm so sorry again. Yeah, I muted. Yeah, so it's a great question. Again, to answer your question, I need to compare again the pre and post COVID. So it was, if you talk about share trip or the Bangladesh tourism, uh, it was a great challenge for us, like shifting offline people to online, right? It's a great behavioral change. And that's where earlier we were putting the subsidized, we were giving them more discounts, like so that they can come in. And it's a shift of changing the behaviors. That was one of our hook to bring them on board. And honestly, there was not a up to state of art or world class app in the country in that time. So that was also an advantage for us. But the interesting point would be for you is like for Bangladesh, we have almost 45 million smartphone users, and it's growing every day. So government has done like the smartphone is become now very affordable. So that's where it will make a big role as well. And as I mentioned in my earlier comment, is like COVID actually forced people to do a few things that they did not want to do. They were reluctant to do that. But right now, what happened? We are seeing the shift. They are feeling more secure. They feel safe rather going to a traditional travel agent, speak to them, physically visit them, and then buy the tickets. Rather, they use their laptop or their app or their house so that they can have it instant. And now they are realizing it how fast and how good is it. The only challenge it's for any frontier market or third world country would be like when this sort of thing comes in, the reliability issues, right? So if someone wants to buy something, maybe hundred worth of $100,000 worth of ticket, what they usually do is like they instantly call and verify whether someone picked it up and whether the ticket is safe or not. And they also check it on the airline website, and if they can't find it, they get panicked. So these are the two things where we need to focus on: that the reliability, the great service as well. If we can have the great product in the market, right? So it's easier for consumer to use it, it's user friendly, and then the service comes in, right? So then it's just a good to go. So it will be automatically, it will be there, and that's what happening, especially for Bangladesh market. And if you look at the other first world countries like Europe or US or North America or Australia, people, there are few people, they still tend to buy it on from the traditional agencies, but because of this, what the pandemic happened, their behavioral change also has been done. So I would say, like, we are hopeful, and again, the two key factors, as long as you have a great product and the great service, it's a no brainer. It will be there, it will grow more and more, multipliers in next 6 to 12 months. And yeah, that's what I believe, and that's what we are seeing in our ecosystem right now in Bangladesh.
Great insight. Thank you, Mr. Kashyap. Actually, it's really a good learning experience across market. We can definitely adopt different things from different markets, which can be helpful for other market. I truly believe whoever is watching this session can actually take those notes so that they can implement in those markets where they want to improve. Now coming back to my another speaker, Zitka. I have a wonderful thing to learn from you. Actually, you have mentioned about e-tourism or digital innovations using different kind of tools for tourism, right? And as you know, different, recently Facebook has also actually done the new strategy, which is metaverse, and they are truly going forward to the biggest change in their business model, which is metaverse.
Yeah,
And
I'm mixed
definitely,
about
hello, can you hear me?
yeah,
Yes.
yes, important.
Yeah. So what I was saying that from those aspects, do you think that these new innovations like metaverse or those other platforms of augmented reality and virtual reality can really have great impact for even the tourism for Cambodia or across the region? What do you think,
Yeah, so
Jitka, please?
there is a lot of new opportunities in the market. I think one of our biggest challenges it's potentially skill gaps, those that developing these technologies and those that are using those technologies in Cambodia. So Cambodia has increasing number of IT professionals that are able to develop these technologies. The challenge we often see in Cambodia is that when these technologies then need to be utilized in practice. And so there is a gap between those that develop it and then those are using it. And so when we look at our hospitality and tourism industry, it's one of those industries that has still quite a large proportion of employees with low level of education, low level of literacy. And I think that's a real challenge for deploying some of these technologies, because I think one of the things we often see is, in some of our 4 or 5 star hotels, they're using lots of technologies within those hotels. And the challenge often comes in terms of, it's broken, what do you do then next? So I think there is a real gap that we need to invest in, and that's in terms of digital skills training for hospitality and tourism staffs working in hotels, working in tour operator companies, and even tour guides and those serving us every day. I think saying that, I do think there are opportunities to introduce kind of more data-driven solutions, because Cambodia is still hugely a paper-based system. So if you come to a hotel, they still have traditional ledgers where you put your name down and you register for things. And so I do think that Cambodia it's definitely ready for using data kind of data-driven decision making in hospital and tourism businesses, and helping it to develop kind of tourism ready for the industry 4.0. So I feel like, yeah, there are lots of opportunities, but I think we have a long way to go before Cambodia can really meet the same expectations in terms of experience with AI, robotics, in terms of hotels that you might expect in New York or London or Singapore.
Thanks. It's a very, very wonderful point, which is paperless. How we can go green, how we can make go green initiative across the different aspect of the industry. And that's where I want your feedback, Langda, that how your company is actually approaching this Go Green initiative, or how you can be, how you can actually having those digital literacy for across your industry, across your product value chain or business model, so that there is less uses of even carbon emission, and also Go Green initiative is there. Also, the adoption of digital platforms and tools are there. How do you actually approaching this? Like that, please.
Thanks, Sajid. This is a very wonderful question. So I I do see. I agree with Chitka that mentioned earlier about the paperless things, right? So this remind me of um, and also with the our fellow speaker from the previous session from Mekong destination. He also mentioned that we all need to open up the partnership for the inclusiveness, and this is actually exactly what Bus has been done over the last 6 years. So we go and digitalize transport operator, replace their paperwork, and then we open the API integrations with online travel agent like ourselves in different countries. For example, we work with Ctrip, the biggest travel platform in China, so that when Chinese traveler want to visit Cambodia, they can book on their WeChat super app, and then they pay through their WeChat Pay or Alipay or whatever, and then they come and check in to board the bus in Cambodia with just a QR code. They don't need even to speak Cambodian language or English language. So that's really powerful. And talking about this, we want to keep this inclusiveness of digitalization. So we do see that Bus right now is at the stage that we can push more digitalization of, vertically, not only just in transportation, but also in other businesses in the circle as well. Um, um, Pandemic really bring a good positive side as well, that it pushed the digitalization. So some accommodation player reached out to Bus previously, because we also was a partner at that time, because those who stay at the hotel also need to transport. So we also a partner in providing a ticketing agent, so that they offer a bus ticket to their customer, and they reach out what can we have as a transport partner to really drive domestic traveler, the user, the Cambodian traveler that we have in our data, to have in other sector in tourism. And we do see this very important, and it's something that we as a tech business should do and focus on helping and push more digitalization in the tourism industry. So I hope that in the next few years, we be able to tackle this challenge. Like Jika mentions, I can say that transportation is the most tech savvy in Cambodia. So, like Chitika mentioned, some of the hotels still use their legacy booking management system. Some even use two or three software at the same time. So this is something that we want to centralize things, which mean with just a simple app, like a super app for travel agent, so that you can book transport ticket, you can book a hotel, and more. Especially on the rise of the safety first after the pandemic, especially. So more people would prefer to 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 be more private, to stay in a private property instead of a crowded place. So this will become a new trend, and we hope that Omnibus can um, continue to innovate, continue to push into this digitalization into travel sectors. Thank you.
Thanks, Langda. I think it's amazing insight. This insight can definitely help will help us more. Now I'll jump into Jitka again. Another important thing I really want to know from you, from your experience of Cambodian culture. Do you think that whatever digitization or innovation we are doing, whether it is actually really changing the behavioral aspect of Cambodian cultural point of view to adopt the digitization of tourism industry?
Thank you. It's really important question, I think, for Cambodia. And I'm not sure if I'm the expert. Probably Langda is a much better place to say, is he the expert in Cambodian culture? I think there are lots of really kind of particular behaviors when it comes to using technology in Cambodia. And one of the biggest challenges for us, I think, in the startup world and technology world, it's a huge dependency on Facebook. And I think lots of the startups that we're working with, lots of the kind of people that are trying to introduce new technology in tourism and hospitality businesses are really struggling on this tradition dependency on Facebook. And I think, I think things are slowly changing, but huge amounts of Cambodian customers still expect to find the information on Facebook. And I think that's really challenging because lots of startups are building, mobile apps, they're building websites. And converting and moving customers off Facebook, it's very time consuming, but it's also costly for the startups. So I do think there is really need to kind of showcase some of these technologies to potential customers. And I actually have a really interesting experience to share. So one of the things that we as 500 Global have done, and as 500 Anchor Founder program we have done in last month, was a joint event between the Ministry of Tourism and 500, which was to show, it was called Startup for Tech, and it was basically an opportunity for Cambodian technology startups to showcase their solutions, B2B solutions to tourism and hospitality businesses. And I think there was really fantastic steps of getting Cambodian startups to really showcase their local technologies to potential customers, being hotel, restaurants, and tour operators. And the feedback has been absolutely amazing from the experience. So I do think there is a lot of appetite. I think one of the biggest challenges is really changing the expectations of finding the information just on Facebook and really moving potential customers to mobile apps, to websites. But I think what we saw from this event that we did with the Minister of Tourism is, we have over 150 Cambodian businesses working in the industry, joining up the event, and over 1,500 views on Facebook, live Facebook streaming, that actually tune in to seek new solutions for their businesses. And so I do have a lot of hope. I do think that sometimes businesses, just tourism and hospitality businesses, don't know about the solutions that are available for them. So I do think there is a lot of work we need to do to make sure that these kind of two parts of the Cambodian industry, tourism and the technology startup world, meet together and get to introduce each other's solution and kind of find collaboration and opportunities to work together.
We lost your Jitka.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you. We lost for a few seconds. Can you repeat again?
I have no idea how much you heard. So, no, I was just saying that, this event that we did with Minister of Tourism was a fantastic first step to kind of bridging the gap between the kind of tourism industry, hospitality businesses, and the kind of world of technology. Because I don't think that they historically would meet each other. They kind of very much work in different spaces. The the tourism industry in Cambodia is quite well established. There are lots of people who work for years and years in the industry. On the other hand, technology startups are kind of generally in Cambodia very young, very kind of dynamic group of young entrepreneurs. And the two not historically have worked well. I don't think they haven't kind of even passed each other. So I think there is a lot of opportunities for us to bring these together and really trying to collaborate, but also co-create solutions, I think. So I do think there is definitely a lot we can do to kind of encourage collaboration and join working between the two industries.
Yeah, great response, Zitka. I think that is very required, which is this collaboration and co-creation, which is the most important thing we want to talk about in this time now. So I have someone who has successfully done this collaboration and co-creation. So Kashif, Mr. Kashif, I really want to know because you have actually built a startup first, which is Shared Trip, which is a tourism-based tech startup, and then you actually now you are part of DataBard, which is a data-driven organization, right? So uh, I really want to know that how do you think this tech startup and tourism industry should work hand in hand for collaboration and co-creation, and also how they can utilize different kind of data sets because data is the most powerful thing they can use for their growth, right? So, Mr. Kashif, please, can you hear me clearly?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Sanjit. Uh, I'm honored you give me some privileged word, which is I'm not again not for that. Basically in 2019 we started the share trip, right, and then uh, uh, sorry 2014 and then 18 and 19, and then we decided, okay, why don't we work in a different sectors? So as you have mentioned databird, so for databird we are working in 4 key verticals right now. One is the online travel, which is ShareTrip, our brand, and then Rhythmic Labs, where we have the largest Bangla typing keyboard experiences, the best typing experience, where we have right now, even last month was 33 million monthly active users. And as I mentioned earlier, like we have almost 45 million smartphone users. So you see that more than 50% smartphone users are actually using our uh, utility typing experience, Bangla typing experience app. We have Rhythmic News under that, and then we just got our 4th license under Central Bank, and we are going to launch our, which will allow us to act as a wallet, right? So we are about to launch it by end of this month. For the confidentiality, I can't introduce the name as well, but it will come soon. But what we are trying to do is like we are trying to play around the in Bangladesh internet ecosystem, where we are mainly focusing on the online travel, where we have the rising middle class. Their behavior is there for us, right? And under Databird, what we have done is like we built up our proprietary database. We call it Nest. So we are cross-functional. Same user base might use the keyboard, and they're using the travel app, or someone is using the news, and then someone is using the travel app or the keyboard, right? And then the wallet comes in. So again, as I mentioned, like we are trying to build our own internet ecosystem. We don't want to be a super app. We don't want to. Our inspiration is there, but we don't want to be WeChat. But the way Tencent has evolved there. But what we're trying to do is like we will have our own uh, product where we can cross function on the data, right, and see that how we can help our internal product to grow and get the consumer's behavior where it will help us to make the product better, right? The customers' feedbacks are always the great thing. And the one more thing I would like to add is like for any startup or anything, you have a vision, right? So you go with it. But the best part would be like you need to understand whether you're going in the right direction or not, and how fast you can realize that, and how fast you can iterate on that. So even for an example of share trip, what we did was before COVID, we were mainly focusing on the international travel and the outbound users, right? But then when the COVID hit, all the tourism in countries were shut down, nothing was there. So what we did was we did 2 things. One is like we built up what Zitka mentioned, like for the Cambodian, the B2B, right, platform. We built that for our B2B agencies. So right now we introduced the B2B platform for the small and medium travel agents so that they can use our state-of-art technologies, shifting from the legacy typical GDS to click-based system so that it's much easier for them. And then we also focus on the local tourism. Like we brought a new brand called ST Rooms, so what we have done for till now, we have I think we have more than 1,000 hotels inventory right now only for Bangladesh market. So again, we pivot and we focus, right? So we we were focusing on a different direction because of the COVID. We shift, and then we brought the B2B and then the domestic. So that's how it works. And the data, I would say, in next 5 to 10 years, it will be the key factor for not only for any Bangladesh market, for any market. So that's where we are trying to play around and trying to build a strong ecosystem on our own.
Thanks, Mr. Kashyap. I think it's just amazing to know all this because I can confirm you that so many listeners and participants who have been here, it will be really an eye opener for them to learn from all this thing. I just want to jump into Langda more regarding the how do you think Cambodian banking, fintech, or payments ecosystem is helping actually your tourism tech or tourism startup? Do you think still there are a lot more things to improve? Mr. Langda, please.
Yes. I think on my side there's some latency. If you can hear me now, can
should I go again?
you answer?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you now. Should I go again?
Yes.
Okay. So my question was for Cambodia market. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So for Cambodia market, the banking ecosystem, fintech or payment ecosystem, do you think is it good enough to help your digitization growth for tourism industry, or do you think there are more improvement areas which should be tackled by the authorities?
Great questions. So actually, in Cambodia's mobile payments and fintech stuff really on a fast move, and it has been the core of digital innovations in businesses so far. And because of that rise, and it helped us a lot, tech businesses to really acquire our users. Just like in Bobby Bus case, we partner a lot in acquire our users with banks like ABA Bank, PayPay, Wing, and True Money, like almost all the wallet players in Cambodia. And this is a very key element. And of course, there need to be more improvement to be done. So to make transactions, even more cashless, right? Even if people go online and or offline, people, travelers don't need to carry the cash anymore. Things can be settled behind the scenes, and I do forecast that. So right now, actually, in some resorts that I know, they already implement the wristband where you wear that QR code wristband at the resort. You can upon check-in, you can drink, you can eat, you can buy experiences and stuff, within the resort, and then the QR code will record all your activity, and then you can just pay at the checkout, and the money will be settled via your bank or your Visa card or Mastercard and stuff. So I believe that in the future, we all the business and tourism, we don't need to really, still use check to do settlement on a weekly basis, a monthly basis, or even go through the personal bank account, the bank transfer somehow. So I do believe that this thing really can be done fully digitized, fully automated, just like we done payroll to our employee in the company. So that will be a lot hassle-free for us, and it's also secure. And maybe there are also a with the good record of your mobile transaction, payment transaction, you can also have a travel insurance something, which you travel first and then thing will be credited. You can pay later, and that will be even fascinating for me to see this.
Amazing insight. So as we are all have to wrap up for now, we are almost done. So I'll just need 1 minute from all of you, all my great panelists. Thank you very much for your knowledge, insight, and all those sharing. I'll give you just 1 minute to say your few words and to wrap up the session for today. Please, one by one, Mr. Kashef, Langda, and Ms. Jitka. You are on mute.
Thank you, Sanjay. Again, I'm really honored to be part of this panel, esteemed panel, and great to meet Langda and Jitka. It's beautiful insights from your side. And as I said, for any, only thing I would say is like as a startup, right? So for those who are listening, is like the one key factor is like you need to realize that what's your vision, and then you go for it. But you need to also understand that what's your consumers' wants and consumer feedback. And as soon as you understand that, and if you can iterate as per that, that will make you a successful business. And that's what we did for ShareTrip, and that's what we're trying to thrive on the database level as well. So again, it was a great discussion, and I'm really honored to be part of this panel. And thank you so much for that from my side.
Thank you, Mr. Kashef. Yeah, Langda, please.
Yes. So since some of my customers are here, I believe, so travel remains our people lifestyle. We cannot live without travel. So I believe that travel industry will be back sooner, and it even bigger than before. And of course, with some new normal, some new trend, of course, in the travel industry. So since we all vaccinated, let's travel, let's have fun once again. And
Let's travel. Thank you, Mr. Langda. Jitka, please.
Thank you, Langda. I love the idea. Let's all travel. We have a water festival next week. I hope we all will enjoy it. I have one last word, and I think that's just my hope, that I hope that digitalization and technology will enable us to travel more sustainably and more green. Because I do think we are kind of in this, we have this amazing opportunity to reopen our tourism in Cambodia, and I do hope that we will learn something from this experience, and that we will want to be more sustainable, more green, better for the planet, and also better for the local economy and people. Thank you.
Thank you all. We are wrapping up here. So let's travel and go green. Okay, those are the two things we are following. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the moderator and our panelists, for very engaging, insightful, informative discussion. Travel. Next week is the Water Festival, like one of the mentioned. I'm so excited. I wanted to travel again, please. But be also safe and green. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the next segment. I mean, we are quite packed for today because we want to give you as much as possible within the 5 days. All right, now let's get to know, well, ACLEDA Bank PLC. I mean, I shouldn't say that because everybody kind of knows ACLEDA. ACLEDA Bank PLC is the public limited company formed under the Banking and Financial Institution Law of the Kingdom of Cambodia, based in Phnom Penh, with 261 offices covering all provinces, as well as 42 in Laos and 7 in Myanmar. Join me and welcome one of the speakers. I will introduce him a little bit later. We're now trying to connect. He's coming online. Just to let you know that this is only day 1 of the 5 days of the Cambodia CamTech Summit 2021. And today we already been packed with a lot of presentation and discussion, which would give us more knowledge and information. And then tomorrow there will be another discussion topics, and we are covering 4 provinces in Siem Reap, Bat Nambong, in Phnom Penh, and in Siem Reap. And this afternoon we are focusing on Siem Reap, and I'll surprise you for tomorrow. And each of the province will focus on different segments. On tax, on agriculture, on financial, on tourism for this afternoon. So please stay tuned. And I think tomorrow there will be game for prizes as well, like what we did have here this afternoon. And thank you all very much for joining us since the very morning up until now. All right. Okay. To give us a little bit of time with the technicality, please give us 5 minutes. See you soon.
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យម្នាស់កាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
Welcome back. This is what happened when you have to be flexible. So it was less than 5 minutes. So see you back in here. I already introduced ACLEDA. So now I would like to call up on the presentation of ACLEDA, which I mean I'm sure everybody know, but there might be some things that surprise you as well. So I would like to please give the floor to Mr. Paul Sukchomran. He will be sharing more about the latest product and services of ACLEDA Bank. He is the VP and Deputy Head of Marketing Division. Please.
Thank you, moderator DJ Nana, to give this floor to me. And greeting from ACLEDA Banks. My name is Paul Sukchamran, and I'm working the position of Deputy Head of Marketing Division. So first of all, I would like to give my respect to values customer and audience who's being on live stream. And today I have a great honor to attend this, significant event, CamTech Summit, and taking part to deliver a presentation in the name of ACLEDA Banks. So my presentation will take about 15 minutes. So today I'm going to focus on 3 main points. First of all, it's about history of ACLEDA Bank, and second is we look into the ACLEDA networks, and lastly I will show you about ACLEDA fintech product and service that is the best solution for customer daily operation and business requirement. So please can you show the slides of the first slide, please? Next, please. Next. Yeah, thank you. So moving on, I'd like to begin by highlighting the importance of ACLEDA history. So ACLEDA Bank is a public company founded in January 1993 as a national NGO for micro and small enterprise for development and credit. And later it was licensed by the National Bank of Cambodia as a specialized bank and commercial bank on October 7, 2000 and December 1st, 2003, respectively, providing full banking services in order to meet customer needs and the public at large. 3 years after, in 2006, ACLEDA has a branches coverage in all provinces of Cambodia, which they are convenient and safe for customers to access banking service at demand. In 2008, the remarkable year that ACLEDA Bank became the first, Cambodian commercial bank to operate in Laos, that we know neighboring country. Because the sustainable growth of business in Cambodia and some reasons, including the strong economic growth.
Ta-da! I'm back. That's mean our speaker is cut off again. That's why they hire me here. All right, now we're trying to connect back our speaker. Please stay tuned. I think there is a little bit of problem with the slideshow with the share screen. Can we do the share screen? Okay, just internet. All right, it's okay. The show must go on. Okay, so remind you again, this is only day 1. So please stay tuned for tomorrow as well. I believe there will be more prizes for you. Meanwhile, hopefully he's come back shortly. And we are focusing on 4 provinces in Siem Reap, Battambang, Phnom Penh, and in Siem Reap. And today we are only in this afternoon for Siem Reap. So we focus on tourism. But for example, in Battambang, we'll be focusing on trade and agriculture. In Siem Reap, on real estate and tech. And in Phnom Penh, will be on fintech. So, we all have techs of these all sectors in every provinces. However, we want to focus each province. So if you are watching from a different province, you might be waiting for your province, and you can also share in our comment section as well. We are now live on Prudential Cambodia, but also on many other pages as well. And thank you very much for accompanying us. All right, I was told that now the speaker is back.
So I apologize for the disconnection because I think the connection is not good. So just can you open the slide, please? Yeah. So just repeat again in 2008, and that remarkable years, that ACLEDA Bank became the first commercial bank to operate into Laos, the neighboring country. And because of the sustainable growth of business in Cambodia and the strong economic growth of Laos, as well as the support from the authority. So with the experience in financial inclusive for 21 years in Cambodia, and more than 5 years in Laos, as of 2013, ACLEDA expanded to another Asian country, Myanmar, which is licensed to carry out microfinance business as a credit and deposit. ACLEDA Bank, the bank you can trust, the bank for the people, is officially listed that the historical of ACLEDA. It's the equity on the Cambodia Security Exchange on May 25th, 2020, which gave the opportunity to all Cambodian and the international investor from all around the world becoming stakeholder of ACLEDA through IPO and later on trading on CSX. With the perpetual growth in all sectors in the National Bank of Cambodia, ACLEDA has recently, launched ACLEDA KQR code in October 2021, in which ACLEDA QR is a single QR code unified from all bank and finance service provider, of which all mobile app users from all banks and payment service provider, including Mekong app, could easily and safely scan to pay from ACLEDA KQR. So that include from my first topics. Now just let's move on to the next topic, which I like to elaborate on, how big ACLEDA network is. ACLEDA Bank is one of the largest commercial banks in Cambodia, holding 262 branches and office, whereas they are close to the customer, business, and resident, providing the most comfortable, convenient, and efficient facility for all loyal customer as well as expected customer to conduct financial transaction. In particular, to safeguard customer asset with the ACLEDA Bank. We can see that digital solution increasing, becoming the primary choice for the banks and financial institutions in reaching out to the customer. That the reason ACLEDA Bank is being transformed from the traditional brand to self-service banking, which provide the accessibility for 24 hours over 7 days a week, including the public holidays. As of the currently, we have the 60 self-service banking location nationwide, and including 880 ATM machine and 4,200 POS machine that customer can access everywhere, anytime. Likewise, as you can see in the slide, our subsidiary company operating in overseas, which is called ACLEDA Bank Laos Limited and ACLEDA Bank MFI Myanmar, have expanded, the branch and offices to 38 branch and 17 branch, respectively, responding to, the market demand. So, thank you. And lastly, I'd like to talk about ACLEDA FinTech product. Can you move to next slide, please? Yeah. Yeah, ACLEDA product are designed, to customize to the basic need of customer, a way of banking in which, while this customer can choose from multi-range of product, personal banking, business banking, and the digital banking. So whether you're looking for, investing money, lendings, manage your cash flow, including build trust among business partners, so you can rely on the ACLEDA Bank, which is a strategy and experience providing financial service to all the community. Can you move to next slide, please? So I'd like to introduce one of the fintech digital product of the bank that is called ACLEDA Mobile. Digital infrastructures and fintech products narrow the gap of financial and financial service access. So these fields eliminate within the financial market and enable customers to make choice between banks and financial institutions. So ACLEDA Bank was fully upgraded, the looks and feel It's appealing to all ages, especially the young generation, and it has been built with the customer experience and user-friendly in mind. Furthermore, it is highly secure and downloadable at any spot where there's Wi-Fi or internet available. It that providing a mechanism to place ACLEDA ahead of the competitor. So ACLEDA Mobile has been combined most of the bank products into this platform to enable customer access from their mobile phone anywhere, anytime. Can you move to the slide and next slide, please?
Chà, Sôm chụp đẹp
So,
xuống tay nam bạn ấy. Dương nơi lưu sầm lén, bàn tay
yep,
ọt
yep,
nhịp bài. Oh, okay. Are you back?
yep. Is it on? Sorry that the connection is not good.
Thank you.
So,
Please go ahead.
access ACLEDA Mobile that can access from anywhere, anytime, such as transfer fund across a million user up to 200K per day, transfer fund to millions unbanked customer, transfer between local banks and trading account. Customer can top up as well mobile phone from all mobile operator, and they can scan to pay at partner 100Ks across the country, and especially they can pay at all shop in Thailand through QR code of ACLEDA Mobile. And there are multi-function from ACLEDA Mobile that customer can benefit from using ACLEDA Mobile. Beside transfer, top up, they can pay bill, all type of bill, school bill, electric bill, water bill, private school, solid waste, all type of bill in Cambodia. The important thing that customer can enjoy is shopping. They can shopping, buying more thousand items from ACLEDA Mobile, more convenient, and especially customer can open new term deposit with the high interest rate. They can request loan to pay loan, open bank account instantly from wherever they stay. Especially they can cash out from ATM, cash in and cash out from ATM 862 branches nationwide. So can you move to the next slide, please? So the remarkable historic achievement that the bank has recently launched is about the KQR code. Under the initiative BC, ACLEDA KQR has successfully launched into the market, and we can say be the first bank that could provide this we can say the single KQR for accept all payment from user from all bank and payment service provider. So that's more convenient for customer, especially the merchant. They can just have only one KQR, and it's enough to to accept all the payment from all the bank. And it's really more convenient for the customer itself. They don't need to scan.
Okay. Now, thank you very much, everyone. We haven't actually finished the presentation yet, but we don't seem to be able to reconnect. Can we reconnect him back or not? We're trying. So please stay tuned. Please stay tuned. Bear with us. We are now trying to reconnect our speaker. And in this segment, we are doing presentation of the bank, and now we are on ACLEDA Bank. And after this, there will be another presentation from Casstack Royal Bank. And then later, yeah, that would be the recap for this afternoon already. And we're now focusing on Siem Reap, and then tomorrow and then the next 4 days we will be talking about the provinces and tax in different sectors as well. That include tourism today already, and then we have real estate, we have agriculture and fintechs. That would be the subject we are talking about. And we are proudly powered by Prudential. So thank you very much, Prudential, for being our main partner, not just for this event, but for other events as well. And your support have strongly encouraged us and make our event possible. All right. Now, okay, our speaker is back.
Yeah, sorry for disconnect again. And the last thing that I'm going to highlight is about the KQR that the bank has recently launched into the market under the initiative by the the National Bank of Cambodia. So we can say ACLEDA Bank, the first bank to launch the KQR into the market. The KQR is it's the combine of QR from all of the bank into one single QR. So which means the merchant or partner have a ACLEDA KQR, they can accept all the payment or accept the scan from all banking and payment service provider in Cambodia. That's more easy for and convenient for that they don't need to have many QR stand at the point of sale. Just have only one ACLEDA QR is enough to accept all the payment from all the banks in Cambodia. So lastly, I just want to highlight a little bit more about ACLEDA Mobile, to avoid confusing from some of the young generation as well as the business men and women that using ACLEDA Mobile, they need to visit the bank for opening account. But reality just take a few minutes to go to App Store, Play Store, or App Gallery to download and then they can self-register, follow the instruction. So the wallet account is generated automatically, in two currency, real and USD, and customer can use it right away. Then it's easy and simple. So that brings me to the end of the presentation, and last but not least, thank you to all values customer and respected partners, authority for all the support. Without those support, ACLEDA Bank can grow with sustainability for almost 3 decades. And ACLEDA always stay together with the values customer and waiting to serve with the professional manner. Thank you and stay safe and have a good day, everyone. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Paul Sokchomran from ACLEDA Bank PLC for joining us, and thanks for giving us more information about your bank. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we'll bring now to the last presentation of today's segment. Next one will be from Casstack Royal, which is one of the Cambodia's largest foreign trade with an ever-growing commitment to provide world-class financial service to Cambodian people and expatriates living in and working across the kingdom. They have full-service bank here to help everyone, personal customers, high net worth individuals, business customer, and large corporation clients. They cover across Cambodia. Combined with their experienced staff mean that they offer outstanding professional, secure, and tailored service for customers. To know more about this, I would like to invite everyone to please watch a video.
ទាំងអស់ហ្នឹងគឺជាទម្លាប់របស់កូនស្រីខ្ញុំហើយធិតពិតទៅទី2គាត់ទៅមិនចេះចាយលុយនៅក្នុងឆ្នាំហ្នឹងទេតែនៅពេលដែលខ្ញុំបង្រៀនគាត់ឲ្យចេះចាយលុយខ្ញុំក៏បង្រៀនគាត់ឲ្យចេះសន្សំលុយដែរប៉ុន្តែដូចអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានឃើញអញ្ចឹងនៅពេលដែលគាត់បានលុយគាត់យកទៅញាត់កូនជ្រូកហើយគាត់សល់មកពីពេលរៀនរបស់គាត់សើចហើយគាត់ចង់បានអីគេកូនជ្រូករបស់គាត់ដែរយុវវែងនេះគឺគាត់តែងតែមកសុំខ្ញុំបោកវិញជារឿយៗនៅពេលដែលគាត់ចង់ទិញអីវ៉ាន់អីខ្លួនឯងការដែលយើងចេះសន្សំលុយវាជារឿងមួយដែលល្អបំផុតមិនថាតែក្នុងរូបភាពបែបណាទេប៉ុន្តែអីដែលអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាមិនគួរមើលរំលងណាកុំចាំតើយើងរៀបការឲ្យសិនកុំចាំតើយើងអាយុច្រើនសិនឬកុំចាំតើយើងមានលុយច្រើនសិនអីព្រោះតែពាក្យថាសន្សំអត់បានសំដៅទៅលើថាតើតែមានលុយច្រើនទើបអាចយើងយកទៅសន្សំបានទេការសន្សំវាអាស្រ័យទៅតាមលទ្ធភាពវាអាស្រ័យទៅតាមចំណូលដែលយើងអាចរកបានដែរប៉ុន្តែយ៉ាងណាក៏យើងត្រូវតែឆ្លៀតដែរតិចក្តីច្រើនក្តីគឺគួរតែសន្សំព្រោះថាការសន្សំលុយប្រៀបបានដូចជាយើងនឹងបានបង្កើតនៅក្នុងប្រអែកមួយដ៏ធំសម្រាប់យើងដែរអាចជួយសម្រេចគោលដៅនៅក្នុងជីវិតរបស់យើងនៅពេលដែលយើងចង់ធ្វើរឿងអីមួយឬក៏អាចជួយយើងនៅពេលដែលមានហេតុការណ៍បន្ទាន់ជាថាហេតុណាមួយក៏ថាបានដែរចឹងថ្ងៃនេះខ្ញុំសូមចែករំលែកទៅកាន់អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាពីបទពិសោធន៍ជីវិតផ្ទាល់ខ្លួនរបស់ខ្ញុំតែម្ដងព្រោះថ្ងៃបើសិនជាខ្ញុំអត់មានការបែងចែកការរៀបចំហិរញ្ញវត្ថុនៅក្នុងគ្រួសារទេតិចឬច្រើនគឺត្រូវតែមានផលប៉ះពាល់ហើយព្រោះថាការរកបានច្រើនរកបានតិចការចំណាយគឺអត់មានស្ថិរភាពអញ្ចឹងអាចនឹងប៉ះពាល់ដែរខ្ញុំអាចរៀបចំនៅសេដ្ឋកិច្ចគ្រួសាររបស់ខ្ញុំតាមរយៈការសន្សំជាកញ្ចប់ណាខ្ញុំមានកញ្ចប់សម្រាប់ប្រើប្រាស់ប្រចាំថ្ងៃផ្សេងទៅខ្ញុំមានកញ្ចប់សម្រាប់ត្រៀមនៅពេលដែលខ្ញុំចង់ទៅទេសចរផ្សេងទៅហើយខ្ញុំមានកញ្ចប់មួយទៀតសម្រាប់ពេលមានហេតុការណ៍បន្ទាន់អីផ្សេងចឹងទៅអញ្ចឹងទាំងអស់នេះគឺជាបទពិសោធន៍របស់ខ្ញុំប៉ុន្តែការសន្សំនោះគឺខ្ញុំប្រកាសថាវាមានសមត្ថភាពខ្ពស់នៅក្នុងគ្រួសាររបស់ខ្ញុំអញ្ចឹងថ្ងៃនេះខ្ញុំសូមណែនាំទៅកាន់បងប្អូនទាំងអស់គ្នាពីគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារជាតិត្រាស់ Royal ដែលលោកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នានឹងអាចបើកគណនីសន្សំបានដែរដែលទឹកប្រាក់សន្សំដំបូងនោះគឺផ្ដើមត្រឹមតែ$10តែប៉ុណ្ណោះហើយលោកអ្នកក៏អាចទទួលបានការប្រាក់ខ្ពស់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំហើយការប្រាក់នឹងទទួលបានរៀងរាល់ចុងខែអ្វីដែលកាន់តែពិសេសនោះគឺបងប្អូនទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចបើកគណនីសន្សំនេះលើសពី1ដោយគ្រាន់តែកំណត់ឈ្មោះគណនីទៅតាមតម្រូវការរបស់បងប្អូនបានថែមទៀតបើជាក់ស្ដែងដូចខ្ញុំអញ្ចឹងគឺខ្ញុំបានបើកគណនីសន្សំ Gold នៅក្នុងធនាគារជាតិត្រាស់ Royal នោះគឺលើសពី1ហើយពីព្រោះថាខ្ញុំមានគណនីសន្សំ Gold នឹងសម្រាប់ទី2ពេលដែលគាត់ធំឡើងខ្ញុំមានគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារជាតិត្រាស់នឹងសម្រាប់ទេសចរហើយខ្ញុំមានគណនីសន្សំនឹងមួយទៀតគឺត្រៀមនៅពេលដែលមានហេតុការណ៍ចាំបាច់ណាមួយចាប់ផ្ដើមសន្សំដើម្បីសម្រេចគោលដៅជាមួយគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារជាតិត្រាស់ Royal
Alright, we are back and we are now already at the end of our event today, but please don't go anywhere yet, stay tuned because we are now doing a recap for the whole day because we were quite packed with a lot of presentations. So what has been going on for this full day and maybe for those of you who are only coming to watch later this afternoon. So for the recap, joining me here in the studio is CAF Board Secretary General Mr. Thomas Pokany, who is right here on my hand side. Good evening.
Hi Nana.
Hi, how are
nice
you doing?
See you again. I must say I don't envy you to be here every day, 5 days, 10 hours.
10 hours,
right?
yeah.
10 hours. I will have every day like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and it's enough.
It's enough.
Yeah.
All right, please help us walk us through the recap for today, and I believe you also wanted to invite somebody else, right?
Yes, definitely. So I think that online with us we have also Miss Neha Mehta. She's CEO, founder of CamTech Partners, and she's joining us from Singapore today.
Yeah.
Hi, Neha.
I think you are on mute.
Absolutely. Hi, good evening, everyone. How are you guys doing?
Well, we're all good.
Great to have you with us.
I
Great
think
to
it's
have
a
you with us.
fantastic day.
Were you able to catch some segments
Pleasure to be
today?
here, Thomas. Thank you. Yeah, it's been an interesting day. Day one has been very fascinating.
Definitely. Look, I think that we have almost impossible task. I don't know if you see what I have in front of me. These are like 4 papers of our notes, and I think that we have 20 minutes to go through it all. So maybe let me set a scene a little bit, and then I'll go back to you to put your view on certain topics. So first of all, Nana, thanks a lot for hosting with us this entire week. So it's great to have you as always.
Thank you.
Big thanks to co-organizers from NBC, ABC, CAF, CMA, and of course to all of our sponsors. I'm not gonna name them all because you already named them, but big thanks to Prudential. That's title sponsor for this year festival. And just high level highlight what's different this year compared to what was happening last year. Well, we are almost fully online, so there are no booths, nothing. And this year we will be focusing on mainly setting different themes, kind of putting Cambodia in different perspective. Not just as a one capital city of Phnom Penh, but as a country of diversity. We will be bringing a little bit of thoughts towards Siem Reap, which is today, as well as Sihanouk, and we will be talking about real estate, Battambang, about trade and agriculture, and of course then, last but not least, Phnom Penh, and we will be going deep dive into finance and technology topics, innovations, outgrowing startup scenes, so on and so forth. So it's really full 5 days setting. However, what's kind of making today very interesting is that we squeezed big government portion of opening, where we had His Excellency Minister Dr. Chia Van Det, Minister of Post and Telecommunications. We had R&D Director Sun Rin of MPTC. We had His Excellency Chia Hong of MOEF. Of course, we had entire event graced by Her Excellency Neo Chantana, Deputy Governor from National Bank, and Mr. Wilf Blackburn of Prudential, Regional CEO of Insurance Group Market for Prudential Corporation Asia. So we had many other events, many other guests, and the morning was kind of setting the view of Cambodia and Cambodian digitalization and digitization of both public and private sectors. Where in the afternoon we went more towards digitalization of tourism, innovations, and essentially talking about a sector that's been hit pretty much most in past 2 years because of COVID. Neha, speaking towards one interesting point that we heard from Mr. Tavi Tamkevi, founder and CEO of Estonian-based RegTech company Self. There was mentions about Estonia being digitalized, up to 99% of population is using government solutions electronically. We talk about electronic IDs, digital signatures, and how important this approach is of digitalization when it comes to on country level. I think, can you help me to recap briefly on this topic, as well as of how is it going, these efforts in Asia? Because Estonia, of course, Europe, one of the most, or probably most digitalized countries around the world, but where do we stand from ASEAN perspective in this terms of digitalization, from your point of view?
Thanks, Thomas. So I think today's session was great because Estonia is certainly the fintech capital of Europe, and the kind of work they have done in the digitization space is amazing, right? Because they have the highest number of startups per square foot. So I think that's a great history in itself. And then about the kind of things that are happening back home, closer to the home ground, there's no point of guessing that Singapore takes the pie, because Singapore has been at the forefront from all perspectives, whether it's infrastructure, regulation, and the kind of vibrancy we see in the investment sector as well. So for me personally, I'm certainly biased towards Singapore, but also I think it remains to be seen what happens in the post-pandemic world, because where we're talking about this offline to online switch, and we're talking about this new normal. I think this is a low-hanging fruit for many countries, because this is their time to actually come forward and leapfrog. Because if we were to talk about Cambodia and the kind of stuff we are seeing in the CBDC space, the Mekong partnership, I think we have huge potential, because a lot of countries are just leapfrogging. They have gone above and beyond in terms of using financial solutions. And then today we also heard about the insurtech, right? Because insurance is a changing landscape, and it was driven by the legacy systems for such a long time. But with the technology solutions, we are able to give the bite-sized solutions to the unbanked and underbanked. And we have seen the health is the most important thing for human well-being. So I think it's going to be exciting times, not only in Asia, but also in Europe and worldwide. And coming back to Estonia, I really love the place, because they have a very easy system whereby you can set up a company in a day, you can file your taxes in 3 minutes, and you can be an e-resident of European Union, because that's the easiest way to enter into Estonia and EU. So I think I'm a big fan of Estonia, and I'm very happy to see that their journey is not just the beginning of so many potential stories coming out of Europe.
Well, what I really loved was the statement by Mr. Tavi, where he essentially mentioned that internet is social right by everyone in Estonia. And I think that Asia, at least Southeast Asia, is very close to it, right? Because I don't know, at least from Cambodian perspective, right, we have very big penetration of smartphones in the country. Presence of 4G is pretty much omnipresent, it's everywhere. So, I think that we are on very right path. Just on that same note, Cambodian government is launching the digital government framework. They had a lot of discussions today where they're focusing on that digital government framework will focus a lot on security, cyber security specifically, data sharing, data protection. But there was a lot of talks and discussion on how this digital government framework will be embedded into embracement of talent and empowerment of talent, education, digital literacy and partnerships, as well as how much fintech, and you mentioned insurtech essentially in the same breath, how important it is for the industry. We even had the tourism segment where I think it was Langda from Bugmibas was talking about that fintech and digitalization of payments in Cambodia are one of the key driving factors of this. From your perspective, give me kind of more international spiel on this. Is really fintech and digitalization of payments and finance, is it the usual driver of these digital government frameworks and digitization and financial inclusion overall? Or are there other industries that you've seen driving this same motion, for example, in Singapore? Or do you think that fintech really is that driving force, at least one of the key driving forces?
I think Thomas, today has an interesting day, not only for Cambodia, but for everyone, because we saw firsthand that fintech is touching all spaces and spheres of life, right? Whether you talk about education, e-learning comes from there, because most of the schools were shut for the most part of last year. I think education has also gone online. Now, gone are the days when you cannot stop your kids from using the phone and different devices, because now they've got to be on that device. And similarly, we saw that in tourism today as well, because when I was reading this World Economic Forum report that talks about how tourism is going to be a game changer, especially with the advent of AR, VR, and MR. And we have been watching the news the last 1 week since Facebook has gone onto this metaverse journey, right? I think it's also because now we all want to have fun. We want experiences sitting at the comfort of our home. And we're talking about just, getting things done by a click of a button. And therefore, we talk about having this fascination for super apps, or just being able to do things at the click of a button. But then at the same time, if we are looking at this comfort, we have to take into consideration what happens with the security angle, because that's the key part of it. Because so much reliance is done on this kind of online infrastructure. So therefore, we need also the cloud services aspect of it. But coming on to your question, I think it's interesting because when we talk about fintech, I think everyone imagines this to be a key driver coming from e-commerce, payments, but now we are changing seeing a big shift because we are all sitting at home, we are not able to travel, but we want to see new places. So how do we do that? Now, coming back to the World Economic Forum report that I read, it was talking about this mission 828, whereby you can actually do the virtual skydiving from Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world. And this is a virtual affair. So I think tourism, especially in countries that were relying on it, like Thailand, Cambodia itself, Singapore, I think they will certainly try to encapsulate all these technologies, AR, VR, to enhance the experience of living those moments while you are not able to go there personally. And talking about that, I mean, we have seen kind of skyrocket that happened with the sheer prices of Zoom and all these communication channels. So I think if you ask me, then there's so many areas that are lighting up in terms of the interest, not only from the consumer space, but also in terms of the VC interest, because they want to put the money where the next story is coming from. So it could be education, tourism, cybersecurity, cloud services, and at the same time, AI and machine learning, because these are the technologies that will shape up the way things are done in the future.
Thank you, Neha. Just to clarify, have you mentioned virtual skydiving? I'm like super intrigued.
That's right.
Is it really a thing? Okay,
that.
you need to send me a link. Like absolutely.
Yes, we got to try that this weekend. While I'm in Singapore and you in Cambodia, we both go to Dubai.
I'm in. Just send me a link. I'm in, definitely. But on serious note, speaking towards, you were mentioning the fintech and various other things. And again, we mentioned people, right, and talent. Hence, when I was going through notes on the tourism, where just FYI, just slide note, 6.6 million tourist arrivals, $4.9 billion generated in 2019, where in 2020 the arrivals were just 1.3 million. Into Cambodia. So the drop was there significant. Hence, I think it's a very relevant topic that we spend time today on it. And we had Deputy Director General at Ministry of Tourism, His Excellency Sovanarod, talking about smart tourism. And everybody, including our guests on the panel, they were talking same topics that you were mentioning: big data, 5G, virtual assistants, chatbots, AIs. But everybody came back to the talking about people, collaboration, coordination, public-private partnerships. Pretty much every topic we had, they were talking about it. And what I really liked was that presentation by MIST, by Mekong Innovation and Sustainable Tourism. And they were talking about restarting, reforming, and rebalancing that entire industry, right? Restarting means reopening them, reforming means innovating that sector, and then rebalancing, I understood it personally, of kind of finding the balance between the traditional tourism sector, because it's very traditional business vertical, and how the innovation can provide connectivity between those new startups, new waves, and new era of solutions into that more so traditional business vertical. One, however, and probably the kind of key thought that got really stuck with me was the question on last panel when they were talking about how this change into innovation into digital, how sustainable and long-term it is. Is it really just because of COVID, or is it something that we will learn to live with and embrace it, and it will be something long-term, long-lasting? What is your take on it? You've seen it probably more so in Singapore, in more developed countries. But what do you think it will be in Asia? Are we gonna stick with those changes, or is it just something temporary?
Thomas, I will take a step back and talk about the big changes that we have seen in the past year, and I will put a spotlight in terms of the financial literacy level as well, because there was a discussion on how we can go digital, and that needs awareness, right? So there is an awareness for financial literacy aspect, and then also digital literacy. I think we need to go hand in hand, because if we want to talk about good content, we also need digital tools to convey those ideas over. And that switch from offline to online can happen only when we are empowering people, we're giving them the right resources. And if you talk about the last year and the kind of shift we have seen towards digital gold, because at the moment we see prices, we tend to go for safer bets. In the last year, we have seen millennials investing more than ever in the history, and they have gone for digital gold. So I'm talking about Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, right? So we have also seen governments taking keen interest in CBDC. So while all this conversation is happening, you cannot forget the fact that if you are talking about the generation that is focusing on sustainable solutions, green economy, and trying to bring down the carbon footprint, again, you're talking about the age group between 21 to 30. These are the aware folks that really want to make the right choices and want to influence their voice. They want to work for organizations which have a passion and purpose and create an impact. So clearly, there is a huge trend in terms of making sure that we make sustainable choices. And that's the reason why a lot of people let their money out of Bitcoin because of the energy consumption. Because as good as energy consumption of a country like New Zealand, right? So we're talking about a future which is going to be sustainable, and that is possible only when we are making choices that reflect along with our environment. We are having this conversation right now, the FinTech Festival, but we cannot forget the conversations that are happening in Glasgow COP26, where so many governments are signing treaties and making sure that they bring down the carbon footprint. So I think going forward, we will always be aware. We will always have that mental switch where we constantly ask ourselves, is this going to be good for our future and for my family? Is it going to be a healthy choice, right? Because I don't think we can ever go back. The kind of loss we have seen personally and around us, there's no way we can go back to the normal old days. So if you ask me, I think it's going to be a hybrid world where we will get the best of the virtual elements, but at the same time, the magic of meeting people, having those conversations, eye contact, body language, all of that is also going to be there. So for me, I think personally, I'm a big believer of meeting places, people, and enjoying those experiences. But while we wait for it, I think we should also make the most of this virtual world because the technology is here to stay. So it's also about upskilling and reskilling ourselves. Whether it's about younger generation, older generation, doesn't matter because this is the new world. So the sooner you embrace it, the better it is.
Absolutely, Neha, you have such a great thoughts and comments today. So I think that next time we need to make this commentary session a little bit longer. I think that we running slowly out of time, but I would want to borrow a lot of words that you mentioned, essentially summarizing it that we all heading towards hybrid world, and that only way how we get there is through people and through us, through businesses, governments, as well as nations and people themselves. Work towards empowerment, empowering people towards inclusive and sustainable world, using means of increased awareness, digital literacy, leading to that, not just financial inclusion, but inclusion overall. With that, I'll leave it to you, Neha, for saying some final thoughts, and I look forward to seeing you again during perhaps some next recap in a couple of few days.
Thanks, Thomas. So I think we recently celebrated Diwali in Delhi, in India, around the world as well. And there is a kind of saying we have in the Hindu culture which talks about if you light a lamp, in that one lamp you can light 1,000 lamps. So I think for CAF, for everyone who's tuned in right now, the mission should be about an inclusive world, an empowered world for everyone, so that no one is left behind and there is nothing as unbanked or underbanked. So I think if we want to shape into this new world of digital inclusivity, financial inclusivity, it's very much important that we do our bit. So we always should make sure we make the right choices and use technology as a force of good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Neha. Pleasure having you.
Thank you, Thomas. It was a pleasure. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Neha. Not that Thomas and Neha need that, but I will give Thomas an A+ for the recap. You were were really concentrating. It was all the main point. I know maybe tomorrow we should make a recap a little bit longer so that it's already a session by itself. Now, okay. Thank you very much, everyone. I now can move and walk around, I was told. All right. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for attending day 1 of the 5-day CamTech Summit 2021. During today's session, we heard a lot of distinguished guest speakers about digital growth and the policy that would help all plans in reality. What is clear for today's session is that all sectors, both public and private policy makers and FinTech Association, have the same goal toward Cambodia economic growth, equipped with innovation and powered by digitalization. Last but not least, we want to thank the organizer again, Cambodian National Banks of Cambodia, Cambodian Association of Finance and Technology, the Association of Bank in Cambodia, Cambodia Microfinance Association. Microfinance serve people always. Thank you very much to all our sponsor, our silver sponsor, My Enterprise, Inspire, Connect, Transform, AMK Finance at your doorstep, Philip Banks, a member of Philip Capital Group, Singapore, Prince Bank, we try harder for you, Visa, everywhere you want to be. And thanks our bronze sponsors, ACLEDA Bank, the bank you can trust, the bank for the people. Credit Bureau Cambodia, CBC, e-money, easy and safe. Trust Royal Bank, simply better service. PPC Bank, easy banking. True Money, a leading fintech company in Southeast Asia, and Wing, the bank for every Cambodian. Of course, thanks to our media partner for this event, Cambodia Investment Review, Fresh News, My Time, Your Opinion Matters, PR News Wire, we tell your story to the world. Last but not least, Sabai, happiness lives here. And finally, the content partners, also thanks for being part of our event. Mekong, the next generation mobile payment and banking. DQD, we deliver, we distinguish, we drive ahead, we are the diversitas. iPay88 and W Source. Woo! We did it! We finished day 1! Yay! Thank you very much, everyone. See you again tomorrow, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Same digital channel. We have lots more for you for the next 4 days. Thank you and have a good evening. Bye!